Se me sliši na Gorenjsko?
Nekaj ne zamika
To vem je, da je še takole, če zdaj govorim brez telefona, se verjetno tudi sliši, ne? A ste me zdaj kaj slišali?
Mikrofon deluje.
To je v redu. Zdaj lahko pa tudi jaz v bistvu zamenjam kader, ne?
Tako lahko seveda.
Evo. To je pa to. Samo še
So I think we are going to start our afternoon session, although we are still expecting some people to join us, but not to run out of time afterwards. It's better just to start. And we are going to change a bit the schedule, the program. So we are going first to have two speakers, which are here cited as the second and third. And after that, the first one is going to join us. So it's my honor and privilege to introduce you Monica de Gelactroa, who is going to give us our first talk today. And she's research fellow at the Institute for Slovenian Literature, or literally at the Slovenian Academy of Sciences and Arts. So mainly working on the Slovenian heritage, literary heritage, and there are some influences and traces of Saint Bonaventure in the Slovenian literature in our history, literary history. So that's why we have our first two speakers who are going to present a bit the presence of the thought of Saint Bonaventure in our Slovenian tradition. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Bonaventure presence in the consciousness of Slovenians in the past is revealingly drawn attention to by the preserved manuscript work Exemplar od Svetega Bonaventura, subtitled Breviloquium. It was translated into Slovenian by the priest Adam Skalar from Kranj, who worked his entire life in or near his hometown. First as a curate in Stražišče near Kranj, and then as a priest and vicar in Kranj. Even though he never studied at university, his preserved manuscript era testifies to his great talent. Fortunate chance, two of his manuscripts have been preserved, now referred to us as Skalarjev rokopis, Skalar manuscript, and the Skalarjeva pesmarica, Skalar hymnal. Both are extremely abundant in terms of content, genre, and the language used. In connection with Bonaventure, the first manuscript is particularly interesting. It contains 4 texts in Slovenian, comprising 3 translations titled Šula tega premišljuvana, Exemplar od Svetega Bonaventura, and Vselej ali nikoli, to je večnost, plus an unfinished fragment titled Vsakdanje spomišljanje vernih krščanskih dušic. The full title of Skalar's translation, which already by itself clearly links the work to Bonaventure, reads as follows. Exemplar od Svetega Bonaventura, človeku naprej postavljen, kako se ima eden spet z Bogom združiti, skozi pokuro, kjer se je od njega skozi greh odločil. V enim zgovorjanju med človekom in dušico, Breviloquium. The title reveals that the work contains instructions on how one should turn away from evil deeds, repent, and reunite with God. It also indicates that the work is written in the form of a conversation between a man and his soul. Skalar continues by stating that he translated the German version of a Latin original without providing the author of the German translation. A further valuable piece of information is that Skalar translated the work into Slovenian in December 1643, when he was already a priest. Skalar's translation is preceded by 2 forewords, titled Predgovor na tega, kjer bere, forward to the reader, and Mittel ali naznanje, announcement, and the translation itself is divided into 4 contemplations. The first encourages the soul to think about its divine origin and sinfulness and Christ's unconditional love and suffering, through which he cleansed it of sin. The second contemplation focuses on the changeability and ephemerality of what is worldly and bodily, and the third on the inevitability of death, the final judgment, and the cruelty of perdition and the torments of hell. The fourth contemplation colorfully portrays the joy of salvation and eternal life in heaven. Scalar's translation occupies an important place in the history of Slovenian literature. It is the first philosophical discussion in Slovenian, and it's enriched Slovenian literature with elements of theological and mystical literature. With this translation, Scalar also introduced the long tradition of the monologue as a rhetorical, philosophical, and literary form into Slovenian territory. The preserved manuscript text can also be viewed as a form of sincere and deep mystical prayer to God by a Baroque individual. While searching for the German original, it soon turned out that except for its subtitle, Breviloquium, the translation Exemplarul Svetega Bonaventura does not have much in common with Bonaventure's Breviloquium. The fact that the work was written in the form of a conversation between a man and his soul suggested that Scalar's translation should be connected with Bonaventure's monologue or mystical theological work, Soliloquium de Quatuor Mentalibus Exercitis. A superficial comparison showed relatively high overlap, but there were also considerable content-related deviations. Short passages from Bonaventure's original Soliloquium were omitted in several places in Scalar text, and there were also numerous long expansions of the content and differences in how the text was structured. The first word in Scalar's title, exemplar, ultimately led me to the actual German work that he used as the original and whose full title in German reads as follows. Breviloquium Sancti Bonaventure, das ist ein Exemplar und Vorbild des menschlichen Lebens, in welchem uns vorgestellt, wie und was Gestalt der Mensch so sich blinderweise von Gott, der höchsten Gut, zu den Kreaturen gewendet, sich wieder mit demselben vereinigen und also aus einem Sünder ein Büßer werden und endlich die ewige Seligkeit erlangen könnte. Durch den obgenannten hocherleuchteten Kirchenlehrer in Form eines Gesprächs zwischen dem Menschen und der beschwerten Seele gestellt und aus dem Lateinischen in das Deutsch gebracht. Durch Weiland, den wohlgelehrten Magister Johann Huber, fürstlichen augsburgischen Sekretarien. Based on the information known to date, this work was published twice. The first time in Ingolstadt in 1599 and the second time in Munich in 1608. The two editions have identical titles. Except for abridgments and omissions in the foreword, the second one is a reprint. In both cases, Johann Huber, a learned man in a former priestly secretary in Augsburg, is stated as the author or adapter. Scalar's title summarized all the essential information of the German original. However, it departs from it in a vital detail. It omits the main part of the German title, Breviloquium Sancti Bonaventure, and uses the German original subtitle in the main title instead. Ein Exemplar. This decision suggests that Scalar might have doubted the accuracy of the title Breviloquium and thus skillfully cancelled the unclear background of the German original under the word exemplar in the sense of example or sample. If this is translated into modern language, this can be interpreted as an example of Bonaventure's text. The term breviloquium, which he added at the very end of his title, can thus be understood more as a shortened version and adaptation, a short speech of the German original than a reference to Bonaventure's work Breviloquium. A comparison of Scalar's two forewords with a foreword in both German editions indicates that this deduction is most likely correct. Specifically, it can be determined that compared to the German Vorrede, Scalar's first foreword is significantly abridged and in several places translated freely based on the general sense of the text, that is by summarizing essential information and omitting certain details. The same pattern of adapting the German original is also used in the main part of Scalar's translation. The comparison of both German originals also revealed deviations in their forewords, whereas the content of their main parts showed a high level of agreement. Compared to the first edition, the foreword of second edition is nearly 2 pages shorter. Even though the second edition also omits the foreword's authors, it nonetheless provides all the relevant information contained in the first edition. It can be learned from the first edition that the foreword to the translation was written by Wolfgang Schober. I dedicate special attention to him here because his testimony in the foreword is essential for establishing the background of Scalar's German original, and even more for determining the background of the Latin original that Johann Huber translated into German. In the concluding part of his foreword, Schober admitted that the author of the work that Huber translated from Latin was initially unknown, and that only later, after consulting erudite theologians, it became clear that it was Bonaventure that wrote it. Und ob gleichwohl anfänglich unbewusst, wer der Autor dieses Büchleins so von Weiland, dem wohlgelehrten Herrn Magister Johann Huber, fürstlichen augsburgischen Sekretarien in das Deutsch transferiert, bin ich jedoch hernach von gelehrten und wohlberühmten geistlichen Männern gänzlich berichtet worden, es sei von dem heiligen, hocherleuchteten Kirchenlehrer Bonaventura geschrieben. Bonaventure's text must have already been so reworked that only those well acquainted with his work knew who the real author was. I presume that the text was even copied, perhaps also printed without the title, or that the title was already so unclear that it could no longer be connected with Bonaventure at first glance. Precisely this piece of information, which is provided in Schober's foreword, is crucial for today's reader of Huber's and Scalar's translations. It shows that the Latin original of the German translation was not Bonaventure's original soliloquium, but hitherto unknown Latin version of pseudo-Bonaventure's soliloquium. Huber's German translation is thus the next to last step in the long textual tradition that significantly altered Bonaventure's original text. Because there is not enough time for a detailed comparison of Bonaventure's original Latin soliloquium with Huber's German translation of an unknown Latin version of pseudo-Bonaventure's soliloquium, let me only mention the most relevant findings of my comparison. Extensive passages are added in several places, but shorter editions are even more common. In some places, the text has been somewhat reworked, slightly abridged here and there. In some places, the extensive editions are even 10 pages long or more, whereas the shorter ones cover 2 to 4 pages. These editions were most likely not made by Huber, but by some unknown Latin transcriber and adapter of Bonaventure's soliloquium. What is telling about Scalar's translation and adaptation of Huber's Breviloquium Sancti Bonaventure is that in his first foreword, titled Predgovor na tega, ker bere, he left out the parts of the text that imply that the author was uncertain and that led the German publishers to draw the wrong conclusions about the text's original title. And so Scalar decided to avoid the label Breviloquium and instead entitled this translation Exemplar, or an example of a certain text by Bonaventure. What strikes me as interesting in this regard is also the fact that he clearly did not doubt that Bonaventure was the author and that he only attribute secondary importance to Huber's authorship of the German translation. That is also probably why he did not mention his name, because the Ingolstadt edition of 1599 and the Munich edition of 1608 are very similar, except for their forwards. It is more difficult to determine which one of Scalar more likely used as the original. It is even more difficult to make the correct deduction because Scalar significantly abridged the German text in places. He not only left out individual words and phrases, but also frequently translated the German original freely based on the general sense of the text and briefly summarized longer passages. In some places, he wrote the text so heavily that any semantic connections to the original has been completely lost. He also omitted longer segments of the text. Regardless of how Scalar went about translating Pseudo-Bonaventure's incorrectly titled German text, what is important from the present standpoint is that while reading Scalar's text, we come in contact not only with Huber's German translation, but also the rich reception of Bonaventure's works. The example of the unknown Latin version of Pseudo-Bonaventure's soliloquium is part of the rich textual tradition extending from the late Middle Ages to the 17th century. In addition, by taking a look at Bonaventure's original soliloquium, we indirectly come across the rich tradition of the monologue as a philosophical and literary genre, which takes us from classical antiquity and Saint Augustine all the way to the 13th century and Saint Bonaventure. Thank you for your attention.
So now the discussion takes place after all the three talks. And now I invite our second speaker, Mattia Green, who is senior researcher at the same institute at the Slovenian Academy of Sciences and Arts, and he still remains with the same topic, is the Slovenian reception of Saint Bonaventure or pseudo-saint.
Good afternoon to everyone. I am expected to give an outline of how Slovenian early modern writers used and cited Saint Bonaventure in their texts. I will need to touch a little bit also other contexts, such as literature, cultural history, and so on, which are all of them are off topic of the central topic of this symposium, but I hope that this outline nevertheless will be to some extent coherent and relevant for the main theme of this conference. Yep. So the reception of Saint Bonaventure is in early modern time is based, of course, upon the reception in the Middle Ages. So we shouldn't be surprised that this reception in the Baroque period does not distinguish between the pseudo-Bonaventure tradition and the authentic writings, as we have seen an example in the presentation that Monica has just given to us. We should take it for granted. This is a larger whole of textual transmission. This was not text critically elaborated at that time, of course. However, this tradition as a whole demonstrates how strongly the writings composed as secundum Bonaventura actually influenced subsequent periods. The first, or let's say the earliest surviving textual corpus where we find numerous mentions of Saint Bonaventure is the collection of sermons in Slovenian written by a Capuchin friar, Janez Svetokriški. His great work, the Sacrum Promptuarium, intended for preachers, but subsequently also an object of interest for lay readers, was published at the turn of the 17th and 18th century in 2 volumes of almost, in 5 volumes of almost 3,000 pages. It contains over 280 sermons. This work has been rightly regarded as a foundational, seminal work of Slovenian Baroque literature, and in several respects it remained an unsurpassed masterpiece throughout the Baroque period. Svetokriški admired Saint Bonaventure profoundly and considered him his spiritual guide. He quoted him frequently and with special respect. For comparison, Saint Bonaventure is quoted by Svetokriški more than 160 times, which means that he is mentioned in about half of all the sermons. St. Thomas Aquinas, on the other hand, for instance, was cited only 26 times. Quite a difference in the ratio. The citations of Bonaventure occur in various contexts of pastoral topics, often in connection to Virgin Mary, the Passion of Jesus, or the interpretation of the Old Testament, always as a central theological explanation of a certain pastoral passage, of a larger passage. This is an example here. If we consider a little bit a passage which might be interesting for us, an example of a carefully composed passage quoting Saint Bonaventure can be found, for instance, in a homily for the Feast of the Assumption of Virgin Mary. Svetokriški seeks to strengthen the confidence of the faithful in Mary's merciful affection and help. He does so in a literary address to the Mother of God, which is a rhetorical address, of course, which is written as a gradation of 3 elements. First, the rhetorical address. Thou, the Queen of Heaven, who are now exalted as worthy of thy holiness, we beseech thee, forget us not, but look upon us with thy merciful eyes, forsaken and poor orphans. This passage, this rhetorical address, is a literary paraphrase of the prayer of the antiphon Salve Regina Mater Misericordiae. Your merciful eyes, turn your merciful eyes upon us, poor orphans, forsaken orphans, exulti filii Eve. So Svetokriški thus refers in this address to a very well-known and popular prayer, which was profoundly rooted in the spiritual experience of the faithful people. The second element now in this passage, somewhere here, is a literary parable based upon a beautiful metaphor. I quote, "And if it is true," says Svetokriški, "what the poets say, that the dew, Rosa, the dew is nothing but the tears of the stars that weep upon us when they see us surrounded by distress, then we take comfort in the hope that you do not weep over us, but you have mercy on us and help us." So a beautiful parable with the metaphor of the stars who cry and sew their tears. And then comes the third element, which is essential in our case. On top of this gradation is carefully placed a quotation from Saint Bonaventure about Mary's mercy, which is even greater now that when she is glorified in the heaven. "Magna fuit erga miseros misericordia tua, o Virgo Maria, dum exulares in mundo, sed multo maior esse debet erga miseros dum regnas in cielo." Here Svetokriški quotes, as he gives us a reference, in Speculum, quotes Speculum Beate Maria Virginis, a work that belongs to the corpus of Pseudo Bonaventure, as we know nowadays. Well, this is an important fact, but not the most important one. The main point, however, is that we observe how carefully Svetokriški proceeded in quoting Saint Bonaventure. He first prepared a literary structure of gradation and then placed the seraphic teacher at the top of the structure. In this opus magnum of Svetokriški, Saint Bonaventure has a special place in a sermon for the Feast of the Seraphic Doctor, July 15, in which the preacher explicitly says the following, quote, "This sermon on my beloved supporter, Saint Bonaventure, Seraphic Doctor, to whom I have always cherished a special devotion and received great graces from him." So this sermon, "I will also deliver today this sermon for my own consolation, as his feast day falls today on the Sunday, as we have a plenary indulgence in our church," which is an interesting historical piece of information. For his teacher, end quote. For his teacher, Svetokriški uses the example of the sun because of the three qualities common to both of them, as he argues. Again, a quote from Svetokriški. My Saint Bonaventure, he says, also has these three special qualities, for he has enlightened the whole world with the light of his seraphic teaching. With the fire of his seraphic love, he has kindled the cold hearts of men. With his precious intercession, he helps us all to endure in faith. End quote. So this is, a hint to the very close relation between Svetokriški and maybe even other Capuchin friars and Saint Bonaventure. Here we see a picture of a historical source from 17th century depicting the now afterwards demolished Capuchin monastery in Ljubljana as the place where nowadays is Congress Square, Kongresni Trg. So here is well, about the Congress Square. Here's the monastery. So there should be the building of the university today, and over there the Slovenian Philharmonic, for instance. And in the same church, a beautiful picture of Saint Bonaventure was placed by a picture by where is this? Yeah, by the Italian painter Claudio Ridolfi, the 17th century painter, which is now kept in the nearby Ursuline convent. And I mentioned this because the monastery was destroyed shortly after 1809, when it was dissolved by the Napoleonic authorities, and together with the church and the valuable library altogether destroyed. So, and this beautiful picture, which is reproduced on one of the books, on one of the translations, this picture was a kind of witness to the sermons of Svetokriški, and a witness, therefore, to the reception of Saint Bonaventure. Further, the issue is much more complicated as we study the Slovenian Franciscan sermon. In the Baroque period, in the 17th and 18th centuries, there were many skilled preachers among the Slovenian Franciscans, including some spiritual writers of very high quality, such as Anton Brešan, Eugen Lauer, Adauctus Nickel, Konrad Branka. All of them are mostly unknown in Slovenian literary studies, or they have only been studied to some extent in recent time. And for this, and yes, there is a certain very strong reason for this, namely even if they wrote excellent sermons and other spiritual texts in Slovenian, for several historical reasons, angustia temporum, none of their works was ever published as a printed book. All those works remained only in manuscripts, and several manuscripts certainly perished. Not all of them have survived. For instance, the Father Anton Brešan composed, we have an evidence that he also composed a Biblia Pauperum, a work which was also authored by Saint Bonaventure, but we don't have any trace of this Biblia Pauperum anymore. So I give here now just two examples of this kind of reception by Franciscan authors. Adauctus Nickel was a father who was active in the, let's say, late Baroque period, in the time when in the time of the rise of the Enlightenment, also when he had to lead some polemical disputations with the Enlightenment and Jansenistic clergy of the Ljubljana diocese. Very, very interesting topics. In his introductory Lenten sermons of 1700 83. Father Adauctus focused on the problem that man often refuses to admit his sinfulness to himself and considers his actions as not sinful. This is the work of arrogance, he says. Father Adauctus points out the parallax, the difference between man's view and the divine law. The judgment of what is sin belongs to God, not to man himself, argues Father Adauctus. And here we would introduce the seraphic doctor in a quotation. This is a quotation of Father Adauctus. And also he says, Saint Bonaventure says that this is a work of pride if we maintain that God has no right to judge whether this or that death is a mortal sin, because we do not want that it be a mortal sin. Quod Deus non habebat judicare, hoc est peccatum mortale, eo quod nostra opinio non vult illus est mortale. This is one of the many examples where Saint Bonaventure is cited as a theological, as an authority in a context of moral theology, for instance. Another beautiful example, very beautiful, is this one, composed by Father Konrad Branca, also in the same period of the late 18th century, when the concurrent and conflicting layers of culture or currents of culture, the Baroque culture and the Enlightenment movements, really clashed together one against another, or better to say, the Enlightenment clashed against the traditional Baroque forms of devotion and so on. He composed many texts, but one of them is a collection of meditations for the Via Crucis. And in this, he concludes as a final text, as the end of this manuscript book, he translated from the Latin this passage, which roughly reads like this: O Lord Jesus Christ, wound my heart with thy wounds, and water my soul with thy blood, that wheresoever I turn, I may always see thee crucified for me, and all that I look upon may remind me of thy redeeming blood, and so on. This is, I don't know, ne vem, če vi lahko berete. O Gospod Jezu Kriste, rani moje srce s tvojimi ranami in s tvojo prejšnjo krvjo napoji mojo dušo, da kamor se koli obrnem, bi tebe vselej pred sabo križanega videl. In da karkoli pogledam, bi me vse opomnilo na tvojo rešno kri. In tako dalje. Izredno lepa molitev, ki mislim, as far as I can conclude that it is a very similar text, which is this is actually derived from also from the pseudo-Bonaventurian tradition, from Stimulus Divini Amoris, but quite a similar text is genuinely coming from Saint Bonaventure, and a similar prayer as this one is included in the Missale Romanum as for the thanksgiving, saying thanks for the Holy Eucharist after the communion. And Father Konrad was probably among the first to have translated this passage into Slovenian. But we don't know this for sure if he was really the first, because so much manuscript material was simply destroyed during the Enlightenment, because Enlightenment was really a terrible period for monastic culture. And then the last example, just some data from a subsequent, slightly later time. Father Pascal Scherbins published 2 books of his sermons in 1814, but only after he had circumvented the official diocesan censors. He avoided the official diocesan censors by obtaining the permission for the printing from the bishop himself directly. And this direct permission caused great resentment and envy, of course, among the Jansenists of the diocese. This is the first, nota bene, the first printed book of sermons by a Slovenian monk in Slovenian language and sermons after a gap of 70 years. So it was normal that the leading, the best Baroque preachers, as Svetokriški, Rogerius Labacensis, Bartholomeus Basar, the 3 great writers, could manage to publish their books of sermons relatively well, with some difficulties only of economic character because of the so extremely small book market and so on. So this was the in the Baroque era, the problems of transfer from a manuscript into a printed book. Those problems were all exclusively economic. But later, in the late 18th century, the problems were ideological. And this is the case where a gap of 70 years appears, where no member of monastic orders could really publish some substantial work of their own. There were some exceptions, but very specific exceptions. During those 70 years, with the rise of Enlightenment, Jansenism, Stadtkirchentum, Josephinism, etc., monasticism suffered a huge oppression from the enlightened rulers and bishops, an oppression that we can hardly imagine today. The Jesuits were abolished, and 69 monasteries in the historical Slovenian lands were dissolved. Their libraries were mostly destroyed, and the Baroque religious culture was suppressed, together with the popular devotions such as the venerations of saints, veneration of Virgin Mary, and so on. And some historians rightly refer to this period as a revolution from above. Father Pascal himself, for example, was not allowed to enter the Franciscan order in Carniola, in this central part of Slovenian lands. No, because he must have entered in the neighboring Croatian province, because the Franciscans in Carniola were not allowed to accept the novices at that time. And although Father Pascal also held Saint Bonaventure in high esteem, he was very careful about mentioning him as a religious model, just because Saint Bonaventure was a medieval friar. It could well be that this book, like so many others, would be derailed and hindered if Father Pascal would mention St. Thomas Aquinas and Bonaventure and so freely and openly, so as Svetokriški did 100 years earlier. So it is understandable, therefore, that he did not specifically highlight his medieval models, and he was careful to mention the authoritative medieval authors. And for this reason, he mentions Saint Bonaventure only once in 520 pages. So here I just give a a summary in some numerical terms. In the early Slovenian Baroque, at the turn of the 17th and 18th century, we see that by Svetog Kriški and his contemporaries, there was a very varied and abundant reception of Saint Bonaventure, with many citations and so on. Then this reception continues in the 18th century by the Franciscan writers, but exclusively within the manuscript culture, with manuscript tradition. Again, an extensive reception, but when it comes, when the Franciscan writer finally succeeds to publish a printed book, then there is there is only one single citation of Saint Bonaventure. So this is a small piece of small collection of data which make a part of a much larger picture of the Enlightenment culture and its struggle against the Baroque and medieval tradition. But I hope it gives some information about the process, how the writers of the sermons and other religious texts managed to make a transition of the medieval spiritual traditions, a continuity by means of manuscript culture in modern times, which is a strange thing, but it helps a lot to Slovenian religious life. Thank you so much.
It's very, for me, it's really interesting. I think for some foreign guests, not so much perhaps, but still you can see the impact and the influence of Saint Bonaventure even in such a small issue. So once again, thank you very much. And now we have our third speaker who was scheduled as the first one. It's my honor to present Bonaventure, who is assistant professor at the Faculty of Arts, at the Department for Literature and Comparative Literature. Worked quite a lot on mysticism, on history of mysticism, so he's going to deliver his talk on Bonaventure mysticism. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So we must turn back to the 13th century to Bonaventure, who was once called the Prince of Christian mystical theology. He was called, I think, Leo XIII, as Etienne Gilson mentions in his book, The Philosophy of Saint Bonaventure. So I will be very brief, just to give some basic sources and, of course, some key notions. 33 years after Saint Francis' death, 6 years after Saint Clare's death, and 2 years after becoming the 7th general minister, Bonaventure visited Mount Laverna in October 1259, seeking a place of peace and quiet in order to reflect more closely upon his Franciscan roots. The fruit of this experience is his celebrated Itinerario Mentis in Deum, the journey of the mind into God. This also was translated in Slovene with a Latin text, very useful. The prologue of this text introduces two images that combine to form the text organizing symbol. This is the seraph, regarding the Francis vision, and mirror. While the seraph clearly refers to Francis' reception of the stigmata at Laverna, the mirror and mirror imagery in general, which is so integral to Itinerarium, might suggest the influence of Saint Clare upon Bonaventure, but undoubtedly, at least in its basic point of reference, points also the symbol to the deep sense of sacrality of the nature or the theophanic character of created world, awareness of the divine mystery present in all things, a feature that was, as we all know, very significant to Francis, for Francis. Francis, and this is beyond up, with his following of the poor, humble, suffering and crucified Christ is, although not so explicitly stated in this treatise, but nonetheless very obvious pointed to, the Francis is exemplar or the perfect model for contemplation. And we can say of the mystical union with God, even though this notion of union, mystical union, is not explicitly used by Bonaventure. He refers to the perfection, the highest mode of contemplation, unitio. Sometimes this word is also employed. Okay, Francis is undoubtedly the main source, but let us now look at other sources that help express Bonaventure some very crucial insights of his mystical theology. We must now skip, there's 7 stages of this, 7 stage of mystical ascent into God, but we must skip to the 7th century, the last one, which is the most important, and gives the context to all stages, which are discussed in very detailed in this treatise. So for Bonaventure, the most supreme contact of the human soul with God, mystical union, is called transitus. Transitus, a passing over and into God. Let us now read, which is in my view the most important sentence in this chapter, probably in the whole treatise. In Latin, in hoc autem transitu si sit perfectus oportet quod relinquantur omnes intellectuales operationes et apex affectus totus transferatur et transformatur in Deum. Hoc autem est mysticum et secretissimum quod nemo novit nisi qui accipit, nec accipit nisi qui desiderat, nec desiderat nisi quem ignis Spiritus Sancti medulitus inflammat, quem Christus misis in terram. Just to give translation in English, in this passing over, transitus, if it is to be perfect, all intellectual activities must be left behind. And the summit of our affection, apec affectus, must be totally transferred and transformed into God. This, however, is mystical and most secret, and so on and so on. So the first thing to note is the exclusion of the cognitive or all cognitive or intellectual operations, however subtle they may become in previous stages of mystical ascent. This is something very new, because we have this Cistercian and Victorine tradition that are trying to balance love and cognition, intellect. Both sides are very important for attaining this mystical union. But for Bonaventure, the exclusion of intellectual operation is very much necessary. And the crucial term here is, of course, apex affectus, which is not quite the same as apex mentis, which is also used in mystical theology at that time. Apex mentis is not very well understood. There is also another expression. There is scintilla synderesis or synderesis, I don't know. This is a spark of the soul. Synderesis is probably a corruption of some Greek some Greek term, syneidesin, I believe, which goes back to Jerome and means consciousness. So to put it very simply, we are dealing here with the notion of the spark of the soul. And that leads us to Thomas Gallus. Thomas Gallus, who was belonging to the Victorian tradition. He was also called Thomas of Saint Victor or Vercelli. He was the first one who termed this, who invented this term, apex affectus. And this happened in the context of his explanation of Corpus Dionysiacum, of the works of Dionysius the Areopagite, which in 13th century there was a lot of Dionysius Areopagite going on, because even Joseph Ratzinger termed in his Die Geschichte Theologie des Heiligen Bonaventura, it is Dionysius Renaissance. And he interpreted, what Gallus did was he interpreted this eros, which is in Dionysius very much, not so much cosmic, but mythological term. But he interpreted this eros as something very anthropological, even psychological. And this is the key. We could say this is the affective turn in Western mysticism, in Western Christian mysticism. And of course, Bonaventura took this notion from Thomas Gallus. Okay, let us now turn to another very important synthesis. In the next few passages of the treatise, Bonaventura asks himself and the readers, how can this contact with God in apex affectus really happen? This affection, affectus or affection, it is very misleading to interpret it in terms of modern psychology, because literally it means to be drawn to something. This is the capacity of the soul to be drawn into God. This is the precise, I think, the precise meaning of this affectus. It is even, and it's hard to translate. Okay, in the next few passages, Bonaventura asks himself and the readers, of course, how can this contact with God happen? Si autem queras commodo haec fiant. This is, but if you wish to know how these things come about, ask grace, not instruction. Ask God, not man. Caliginem, non claritatem. Ask darkness, not clarity. Non lucem. Ignem, not light, but fire, that totally inflames and carries us into God by ecstatic unctions and burning affections. So we can see that there is love, but this love is not something psychological. It is a gift of the fire of the spirit. And of course, it is ecstatic. Union, according to Bonaventure, is ecstatic. A little bit further, there is another crucial point, as he invites us very decidedly, moriamur igitur, let us die then, and ingrediamur in caliginem, and enter into the darkness. This is a very profound exposition of so-called mors mystica, which is in sync with identification with the dying Christ. And this theme of mystical death, so essential for Christian mysticism, leads us to another very important source for Bonaventure. And this is, he's called in English, Giles of Assisi, and this is Egidius, of course. We must say Egidium, but I know it's awkward to say Giles, Gilles in French, but the proper Giles, so Egidius. He was the third companion of Francis Fraternitas, and he's unique among Francis' first followers in having his own hagiographical tradition. He left behind 300 dicta or sayings, he didn't write anything, but this was ascribed to him. He was a simple and unlearned man. Bonaventura says of him, homo idiota et sine litteris, rusticus et simplex. In his Legenda Major, Bonaventura namely interviewed him for biographical material or for stories about Francis. And he observes also that he himself was an eyewitness that Giles was so often wrapped in God, in ecstasy, that, this is quotation, he seemed to live among men more like an angel than a human being. And also quotation, he was lifted up to the summit of the highest contemplation. End of quotation. Even more on Giles' relationship with Bonaventure is recorded in the Chronicle of 24 Generals, which report an often quoted scene. In it, Giles confronts Bonaventure and asks him the question, can a simple person love God as much as a learned one? To which Bonaventure responds, an old woman can do so even more than a master in theology. The text goes on. Then Brother Giles arose in fervor of spirit and went into the garden near the part which looked toward the city and cried out and said to a woman passing by, poor little old woman, simple and unlearned, love the Lord God and you will be greater than Brother Bonaventure. This is a famous quotation from Giles. There's another one, which is very important for this talk. Toward the end of his life, when someone reminded Giles that Francis had said that every servant of God wants to die a martyr's death, he reflected that he had once shared this view when he went off to preach to Muslims in Tunisia. But now he said, this is quotation, now I don't wish to die a better death than death of contemplation. This is a very, very, I believe, very crucial saying, which can be seen as a proof for this impact of Giles on Bonaventure. So, of course, the question of impact then, which I cannot explore here because of the time. I will be perhaps pursue these investigations in the paper, is the question of the nature of this mystical death. Is this just means something symbolic? Let's say this death, phenomenological death, or it is ontological death. This means not the physical, but the ontological death of the self that must be performed in order to have union with God. And this was the question that was pursued later in the late 13th century and also in the 14th century with the new mysticism, so-called women mysticism, and of course Meister Eckhart and the German Dominican school. That was so. This is the question that must be further pursued. But that would be all for now. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you once again for all three presentations. We still have some time. If there are some questions, will be addressed to our speakers. So, discussions of.
Were really interesting, all three of them. I suppose my question is more for Monica and Mattia, and this is just really a question of ignorance. Oh, okay, really a question of ignorance, but I found it so interesting that you seem to have pseudo-Bonaventurian works that are influential in Slovenia, and I wondered if there was a census of these works, how many? Oh, like a list of them, or how many were they? Are you able to identify were they really the real author?
Do you mean the census of the Slovenian manuscripts or prints about the?
Pseudo Bonaventure?
Yeah.
Yeah, or
Well,
it's a very open, just tell me more. I find this extremely interesting, and if you know, when are the dates of these works? Were they contemporary of Bonaventure? Were they later? I mean, this is quite fascinating.
well, as far as I understand, the early modern authors had no idea about the pseudo Bonaventure as such. So they simply took it for granted that this is genuinely Saint Bonaventure. There are many works of this kind were erroneously ascribed to Saint Bonaventure, such as Meditationes Vitae Christi and the ones that I mentioned, and so on. So they took it for genuine and just used the text as well in a normal way. So reading them, citing them, and so on. So the first, I don't know when the first information arrived in our cultural space about this distinction. I believe that at the end of the 19th century. But all the corpus of the Baroque literature and early modern Slovenian literature equally shares in both traditions, in good faith, bona fide, that this is a genuine Bonaventurian tradition. So this is the first point to the question. And the other one, if there is a census, well, the researchers, as Monica and me and our colleagues should, and I hope that we will, prepare a good census, a register of the early modern Slovenian texts. But this really means fundamental research in primary sources, in manuscripts and archival sources, in situ, which is a slowly progressing work and takes much time. So we are actually doing on this. Some resources are described in our online register of Slovenian manuscripts, but that is a small collection of only about 100 manuscript items. But there are still many others which are to be studied and researched. So and in nearly all of them, there is some trace of Saint Bonaventure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This was a great encouragement for the further work.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. Yeah.
Okay, great. Do you have some questions, comments? If I may, I know Chair should not ask questions, but I would just take this opportunity and ask you, Monica, we talked about the translation about the exemplar. I was just thinking about it, just as an association of someone who doesn't understand anything about that, but because it was Vorbild, even in German. So I was thinking it's not, exemplar in normal German meaning. It's like Vorbild for our Christian life. If this could be a possibility. So just it came to my mind.
Maybe, yes. Scholar also wrote speculum, like
What our true image should be,
Yes.
perhaps, or something. That's just it's funny because even when I heard scholar, I think of scholar. All of that. Anyhow, if there are no further questions, I would suggest that you just ask Monica Mattia outside. So we are just going to have a bit longer break. And yes, thank you very much once again. And we see each other at 5. At 5. So thank you.
Monica, dici questo Franciszkanki z Kalifornii.
Ja, bitte sehr.
Ja. Aha, jetzt.
Jetzt, ja, jetzt. Also,
Ja. Okay. So.
gutes Christian.
Ja.
Ja, das ist also bitte sehr. Wirklich hier.
Hier, dann muss man einen guten Stift nehmen.
Aha, okay. Ich habe einen Stift. Aber
Irgendeinen, also für eine Widmung muss man eigentlich eine Feder nehmen.
okay, aha, okay, okay. Dann, Sie wissen das schon.
Ja,
Das ist ja.
Ja, okay.
Ja, ja.
Was würde Bonaventure hineinschreiben?
I'm sorry that I'm not leaving, but I hope that I will be able to read your lectures, the volume of the publications, but I'm not really reading it. I'm very sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I understand completely. So, my speech will be in German, but I hope for the publication will be in English.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is not so important. I can read German.
Yes. Okay, but I think it's better to publish it
for
in
the
English
audience.
form.
Yeah.
Yes. So, but I have no time to translate it into English.
Yes, yes.
So, thank you. And bye, ciao. Ein Zitat aus dem Itinerar. Non est via accientiam, experimentalem cognitionem Dei, nisi per ardentissimum amorem crucifixum. Ich glaube, das passt auch für Shakespeare. Und dann sagen Sie Ihren Namen. Ja, okay. Aber ist das hier geschrieben?
Ja, ja, es ist hier geschrieben.
Dann, dass ich ja keinen Fehler mache. Ja, ja, gut. So.
Ali nisu si Marija da, prav tako.
Uvijek je.
Uvijek je. Tako da se slišimo.
Da.
Niente. Niente.
Se bomo tudi videli kaj?
Ja, lahko.
Samo da probamo.
Tukaj sem.
O, lepo. Kako pa začeti? Evo.
Že na Koreji.
Ja, že v Kuriji, ja. Danes je prvi delavni dan.
To si v svoji pisarni? Si v svoji kancelariji?
Ne, to je moja soba.
Imaš slučajno kakšno PowerPoint ali ne?
Ne, nimam.
Pravi, zdaj deluje, tukaj se dobro sliši in tudi vidimo.
Dobro.
Ja, šefe.
To je v bistvu to, zdaj hvala, važno, da dela. O 5 začnemo, mislim, da začne dr. Šloserjeva, potem pa bom napovedal, pa se priključimo.
Ja.
V kakšnem jeziku rečem, da boš govoril?
Italijanščina.
Aha, super.
Ja.
Hvala. Tako da te zdaj lahko damo še odmor, ne?
Ja, bom slišal Šloserjevo. Ja.
Super. Hvala lepa, velja.
Veš, kaj si naštel, Jan?
Ich kann nur sagen, ich freue mich sehr über den herzlichen Empfang, den ich in Slowenien bekommen habe, in jeder Hinsicht. Was ich jetzt sage, wird auf Deutsch sein, aber ich hoffe, dass ich für die Publikation auf Englisch den Text zur Verfügung stellen kann. Ich hatte keine Zeit, das rechtzeitig noch auf Englisch zu machen. Das Breviloquium gehört zu den wichtigsten und zu den bekanntesten Werken Bonaventuras. Von seiner Gattung her ist es ein Kompendium der Theologie, das er, wir haben es gestern gehört, auf Bitten studierender Mitbrüder verfasste. Der Zeitraum der Abfassung lässt sich nicht mit letzter Sicherheit angeben, aber es gibt einen gewissen Konsens in der Forschung, dass das Werk gegen Ende der Lehrtätigkeit Bonaventuras, das heißt in den Jahren 1256 bis 57 entstand, jedenfalls vor seiner Wahl zum Generalminister am 2. Februar 1257. Gestern wurde auch schon gesagt, dass das Breviloquium eine klare Zielsetzung hat. Und wenn Sie den Text vor sich liegen haben, dann finden Sie das im Paragraph 7. Vielen Studenten kommt die Beschäftigung mit der Heiligen Schrift, das heißt den theologischen Vorlesungen, deren Hauptinhalt die Kommentierung der Heiligen Schrift war, wie ein düsterer Wald vor. Und das liege daran, dass das theologische Grundwissen, das für die Schriftauslegung erforderlich ist, wenig systematisch, wenn überhaupt, unterrichtet wurde. Bonaventura konnte 1256 auf eine reiche Lehrtätigkeit zurückblicken. Er hatte 1248 die Einführungsvorlesung ins Lukasevangelium gehalten und nach seiner Promotion noch einmal überarbeitet. Er hatte als Professor das Buch Kohelet und das Johannesevangelium kommentiert und natürlich auch die Sentenzen des Petrus Lombardus. Jetzt will er das Grundwissen samt theologischer Begründung vorlegen, das Studenten für die Vorlesungen über die biblischen Bücher brauchen. Die klassischen Traktate, Gott, der Eine und Dreifaltige, Schöpfung und Sündenfall, Christus und sein Heilswerk, Pneumatologie und Gnadenlehre, Sakramente und Eschatologie. Die 7 Teile untergliedern sich in 72 Kapitel, eine Zahl, die sicher an die 72 Discipuli erinnert, wie auch an die Übersetzer der Septuaginta. Jedes einzelne Kapitel ist zweigeteilt und das gilt auch für die Abschnitte des Prologs. Ein erster kurzer Absatz zeigt, quid tenendum est, also was als Glaubenslehre und anerkannte theologische Lehre vorgelegt wird. Und in einem zweiten, viel ausführlicheren Abschnitt wird die theologische Begründung geleistet, ad intelligentiam des Ganzen. Weil nun in Bonaventuras Verständnis weder die Heilige Schrift noch die theologische Wissenschaft nur das Wissen über Gott vermehren wollen, sondern die Heiligung des Menschen zum letzten Ziel haben, das Motto dieser Tage, damit der Mensch gut werde, vergleiche Prolog, Paragraph 2 und Paragraph 6, finden sich im Breviloquium auch die Themen der Fundamentalmoral und des geistlichen Lebens, vor allem im Teil 3 und 5, über die Sünde oder das Leben der Gnade, und auch kirchenrechtliche und liturgische Fragen, sodass sich Theologie als eine Wissenschaft zeigt, obwohl sie viele Bereiche umfasst. Diese Einheit der Theologie gründet in dem Unum Principium, dem einen Prinzip dieser Wissenschaft. Gott ist nicht nur der Ursprung alles Geschaffenen, sondern in besonderem Sinn Ursprung und Grund theologischen Wissens. Theologie ist für den Menschen möglich, weil Principaliter ursprünglich Gott selber von sich spricht, also mit anderen Worten, sich offenbart. Und diesen grundlegenden Fragen nach dem Verhältnis von Offenbarung und Glaube, Heiliger Schrift und Theologie widmet sich der auffallend ausführliche Prolog, den Genü das schönste Programm geistlicher Hermeneutik nannte, das im 13. Jahrhundert entwickelt wurde. Das thematische Gewicht des Prologs haben natürlich auch andere Leute bemerkt. Und dieses Gewicht schlug sich in verschiedenen Titeln nieder, unter denen das Breviloquium auch überliefert wurde. Es wurde auch bezeichnet als Summarium, Summa Fratris Bonaventurae oder Compendium Sacrae Scripturae, Introductorius Totius Sacrae Scripturae oder Breviloquium de Articulis Fidei et de Intelligentia Sacrae Scripturae oder auch als Tractatus Pauperis in Divina Pagina. Seit den 40er Jahren, das nebenbei, vertraten einige Forscher die Hypothese, der Prolog des Breviloquiums könnte ursprünglich ein selbstständiges Opusculum gewesen sein, also in der akademischen Gattung Introductorius in Sacram Scripturam und erst sekundär mit dem Rest des Breviloquiums verbunden worden sein. Einige andere Forscher, unter ihnen Falk, hielten diese These für weniger plausibel und ich halte sie auch nicht für plausibel, weil meines Erachtens Bonaventura selber eine zusammenhängende Komposition angestrebt hat, nämlich eine innere Verbindung von Heiliger Schrift und Theologie. Und er tut das bereits im Prolog des Breviloquiums. Zum Prolog selbst. Er ist sehr klar aufgebaut. Bonaventura beginnt wie gewöhnlich mit einem Schriftzitat, das für die folgenden Ausführungen Programmcharakter hat und die Gliederung vorgibt, so wie er es auch in den Predigten macht. Der gewählte Text ist aus dem Epheserbrief, Kapitel 3, 14 bis 19. Und dieser Text ist der Gattung nach ein Gebet. Genauer gesagt eine Fürbitte, die das Bekenntnis zum dreifaltigen Gott enthält. Man kann das vergleichen mit dem Itinerarium. Da heißt es, der Apostel Paulus beugt seine Knie in Anbetung Gottes, des Vaters Jesu Christi, und er erbittet für diejenigen, für die er schreibt, den Geist Gottes, der die Gnade des Glaubens, der Liebe und der Glaubenseinsicht schenkt. Sie können das im Breviloquiumstext nachlesen. Aus Zeitgründen zitiere ich das nicht ganz. Bonaventura benutzt also diesen Text aus dem Epheserbrief, um seine eigene Intention zu charakterisieren. Als Lehrer der Theologie und Ausleger der Heiligen Schrift macht er sich das Apostelwort zu eigen und arbeitet auf das gleiche Ziel hin. Die Rede von Gott oder über Gott nimmt bei Gott selbst ihren Anfang. Ich beuge meine Knie vor dem Vater, also vor Gott, dem Dreifaltigen. Gott selber ergreift die Initiative, indem er sich offenbart und den Menschen in eine neue Beziehung zu sich ruft. Glaube ist daher umschrieben als Gabe und personale Beziehung zu Christus. Einwohnung im Herzen. Jesus Christus wohnt in den Herzen der Gläubigen. Und was ersehnt wird, ist Wachstum im Verstehen. Also wir sollen mit allen Heiligen erfassen die Breite, Länge, Höhe und Tiefe und die Liebe Christi, die alles Erkennen übersteigt. Das heißt, das Ziel ist eine Erkenntnis, die mystisch ist, also mit dem normalen menschlichen Verstehen Gottes nicht umschrieben werden kann. Für die Gliederung des Prologs bedeutet das, dass zuerst im Paragraph 1 der Ursprung, Ortus, Gottes offenbarendes Wirken thematisiert wird, dann die Entfaltung, Progressus. Progressus bedeutet die Art und Weise, wie die Offenbarung zu den Menschen kommt. Also wie sich Offenbarung in der Geschichte vollzieht und in den Heiligen Schriften niederschlägt, also wie sie den Menschen überhaupt erreicht. Und schließlich das Ziel der Offenbarung, das heißt das Ziel der Heiligen Schrift und ihrer Exegese, ihrer Auslegung. Am meisten Raum beansprucht der Progressus, also der mittlere Teil, wo von Länge, Breite, Höhe und Tiefe der Erkenntnis die Rede ist. Zum Paragraph 1. Ursprung, Entfaltung, Ziel. Den Ursprung hat die Heilige Schrift, die Theologie genannt wird, nicht im menschlichen Forschen, sondern in der göttlichen Offenbarung. So, Bonaventura, das war ein Zitat, ein spartanisch kurzer Satz, der es aber in sich hat. Es ist oftmals bemerkt worden, dass Bonaventura hier Heilige Schrift und Theologie gewissermaßen identisch setze. Genau genommen sagt er aber nur, dass die Heilige Schrift Theologie genannt werde, nicht umgekehrt. Und er erinnert damit an das Theologieverständnis des Dionysius Areopagita, der die Heilige Schrift als Theologia, Eloquia Divina und ihre menschlichen Autoren als Theologoi bezeichnet hatte. Also Bonaventura ist bewusst, dass die Theologie der Doctores, der Wissenschaftler, systematisch und mit argumentativen Mitteln vorgeht, anders als die Heilige Schrift, die auch narrativ vorgeht. Der Inhalt der Heiligen Schrift, der Inhalt des Glaubens als Habitus und der Inhalt der Theologie ist ein und derselbe, aber formal unterschieden. Das, was geglaubt werden soll, das Credibile, ist unter der Hinsicht der Zustimmung, also des Assensus zur ersten Wahrheit, eine Tugend, ist Objekt des Glaubens. Unter der Hinsicht, dass es als zu glauben präsentiert wird, also Ratione autoritatis, credibile ut credibile, ist es Objekt der Heiligen Schrift. Und unter der Hinsicht, dass es der Einsicht zugänglich ist, credibile ut intelligibile, ist es Objekt der theologischen Wissenschaft. Jeweils derselbe materielle Inhalt, aber formal oder unter dem Gesichtspunkt formale quo unterschieden. Die Offenbarung Gottes, sagt Bonaventura klar, ist nicht identisch mit den Heiligen Schriften. Offenbarung ist für Bonaventura vor allem ein Geschehen, das die Antwort des Glaubens im Menschen hervorruft oder hervorrufen will. Das war das Thema der Habilitationsschrift von Josef Ratzinger. Und Sie finden das klar ausgedrückt im Breviloquium, im Prolog, aber auch im 5. Absatz, im 5. Kapitel. Also das äußere Wort der Verkündigung in der Heiligen Schrift oder wenn es in der Kirche verkündet wird durch Prediger, ist eine Mitursache für die Glaubenszustimmung. Aber sie kommt nicht zustande, diese Zustimmung, ohne ein inneres Glaubenslicht. Breviloquium 5, Absatz 7. Daher bezieht sich der Glaube in erster Linie nicht auf die Heilige Schrift, sondern auf Gott selbst, auf den dreifaltigen Gott selbst. Glaube, so Bonaventura, ist Kenntnis von Jesus Christus. Mehr als theoretisches Wissen, es ist eine Notitia, eine personale Beziehung, Verbundenheit, die mit dem Wort Inhabitatio beschrieben wird, eine von Gott bewirkte Qualität im Menschen, eine Tugend. Fides quae und fides qua sind nicht getrennt, denn der inhaltlich gefüllte Glaube, fides est notitia Jesu Christi, und die personale Bindung an Christus gehen dem Verständnis der Schrift voraus. Sie sind die Grundlage dafür, die Grundlage, damit man überhaupt die Firmitas Scripturae, also die Zuverlässigkeit der Schrift, erfassen und ihren Sinn verstehen kann, also die Intelligentia Scripturae haben kann. Der Glaube ist deswegen Leuchte, Pforte und Grundlage aller übernatürlichen Erkenntnis. Das war auch ein Zitat. Umgekehrt heißt das, keine Weisheit theologischer Erkenntnis und keine kontemplative Erfahrung oder Erleuchtung kann den Glaubensinhalt ausschöpfen oder hinter sich lassen. Jede weitere Erkenntnis baut auf dem Glauben auf und hat an ihm Maß zu nehmen. Wie vollzieht sich nun die Offenbarung im Lauf der Geschichte? Was vermittelt die Heilige Schrift? Bonaventura sagt, der Weg entspricht dem Adressaten. Der Weg, den Gott einschlägt, er entspricht dem Menschen und seiner Kapazitas, seiner Aufnahmefähigkeit. Der Inhalt der Heiligen Schrift ist umfassend. Verschiedenste Themen kommen vor, Wirklichkeiten verschiedener Art. Aber angezielt ist dabei nicht einfach die Mehrung des Wissens oder eine materiale Vollständigkeit, sondern, Zitat, hinreichende Erkenntnis, wie sie dem Menschen im Pilgerstand zum Heil dient. Es ist Erkenntnis ad salutem. Zugleich trägt der Reichtum der Heiligen Schrift in sprachlicher Gestalt wie in Inhalt der Würde des Menschen Rechnung, weil das menschliche Erkenntnisvermögen für Bonaventura nicht eng oder begrenzt oder armselig ist, sondern reich. Zitat: Der Mensch ist dazu geboren, Großes und Vielfältiges, großartig und vielfältig zu erkennen, gleichsam wie in einem ganz feinen Spiegel. in dem sich die Gesamtheit aller Dinge der Welt spiegelt. Also, Zitat Ende. Wie der Mensch von seiner Natur her auf alles Erkennbare, auf die Wahrheit an sich offen ist, so soll auch die gnadenhafte Erkenntnis, die durch die Heilige Schrift vermittelt wird, nicht ärmlich, kärglich sein, sondern großartig und reich, sodass auf die Heilige Schrift die Eigenschaften angewendet werden können. Länge, Breite, Höhe und Tiefe würden sich hier präsentieren. Und das Ziel ist die Seligkeit des Menschen. Die Schrift enthält Worte des ewigen Lebens. Sie ist nicht nur geschrieben, damit wir glauben, so Bonaventura, sondern damit wir das ewige Leben haben. Das ewige Leben des Himmels wird in der klaren Schau Gottes und in unverlierbarer Geborgenheit in seiner Liebe bestehen. Und in diese Fülle will die Heilige Schrift jetzt schon einführen, indem sie Glauben, Liebe und Hoffnung stärkt. Zitat aus Paragraph 1. Mit diesem Ziel und mit dieser Absicht ist die Heilige Schrift zu erforschen, zu lehren und zu hören. Wissenschaft, Lehre und Studium sollen bezogen sein auf Glaube, Liebe und Hoffnung. Als ersten Gesichtspunkt, der den umfassenden Charakter der Heiligen Schrift zeigt, nennt Bonaventura die Einteilung in Altes und Neues Testament, die Schriften, die vor der Inkarnation von Christus künden und diejenigen, die sein Kommen, sein Gekommensein bezeugen. Die Bücher des Alten und Neuen Testaments sind untereinander verknüpft, weil das Alte im Neuen ist und umgekehrt und weil die Hauptgattungen Lex, Historia, Sapientia und Prophetia sowohl die Bücher des Alten Testaments wie die des Neuen Testaments strukturieren. Die 5 Bücher des Gesetzes, Pentateuch, entsprechen den 4 Evangelien, denn Bonaventura rechnet die Evangelien nicht zur Geschichte, sondern fasst sie als Grundlegung des neuen Lebens in Christus auf. Und den 10 alttestamentlichen Geschichtsbüchern entspricht die Apostelgeschichte, den 5 weisheitlichen Büchern, unter dem Namen Salomos überliefert, die neutestamentlichen Briefe und den prophetischen Büchern, die Apokalypse des Johannes. Sie wissen, dass die Viergestaltigkeit der Heiligen Schrift in den genannten Gattungen in den 4 gestaltigen Wesen bezeichnet ist, die die Räder am Thron Jahwes bilden, nach Ezechiel, 1. Kapitel. Eingehend widmet sich Bonaventura einem weiteren Gesichtspunkt, dem, was Altes und Neues Testament gemeinsam haben und dem, was sie unterscheidet. Beide Teile der Heiligen Schrift enthalten ein Wissen, Zitat, das den Hörer oder Leser zum Guten bewegt. Paragraph 2 im Text. Also nicht allein wiederum theoretisches Wissen über Sachverhalte, Notitia rerum, denn der Glaube an Gott kann vom sittlichen Handeln und der Frage nach dem, was Gott gefällt, nicht getrennt werden. Also der Notitia morum. Und das ist anders als in der Philosophie, in der spekulative und praktische Philosophie getrennte Bereiche sein können. In beiden Testamenten ergeht an den Menschen der Ruf zum Guten und die Warnung vor dem Bösen. Was sie unterscheidet, ist die Art und Weise, mit welchen Mitteln der Mensch zum Guten gezogen und vom Bösen abgehalten werden soll. Der Länge der Heiligen Schrift, Paragraph 3 im Prolog, entspricht, dass sie alle Zeiten umfasst. Sie beginnt mit der Erschaffung von Himmel und Erde und schließt mit Gericht und Vollendung der Geschichte. Und in der Mitte steht die Person Jesu Christi. Als ewiges Wort des Vaters, Mensch geworden in der Zeit, ist er selber Verbum Abbreviatum, die Zusammenfassung von allem, was Gott zu sagen hat. Hier werden kurz die bekannten Epocheneinteilungen resümiert, die Geschichte in 3 Status vor dem Sinai-Bund, Lex Naturae, die Zeit des mosaischen Gesetzes, Lex Scripta, und die Zeit der Gnade, Lex Gratiae. Die Unterteilung in die 5 Ätates bis zu Christus, die Ätas des Sohnes Gottes, die 6. Ätas und die 7. Ätas, die keine irdische Zeitspanne ist, die auf die 6. folgen würde, sondern parallel zur 6. läuft und am Karsamstag beginnt. Diese Gliederung der Geschichte als Ganzer wird parallel gesetzt mit den 6 oder 7 Tagen der Schöpfung, mit den Lebensaltern des einzelnen Menschen, vor allem aber auf den Menschen Jesus Christus hin. Als Spiegel der Gesamtgeschichte von Erschaffung bis Endgericht gleicht die Heilige Schrift einem Carmen Venustissimum, einem anmutigen Gedicht oder Lied. Und um ein Ganzes zu verstehen, also um Geschichte überhaupt zu verstehen, muss man sie als Ganzes kennen. Deswegen erhält durch die Heilige Schrift der zeitlich begrenzte Mensch Einsicht, begrenzte Einsicht, aber immerhin Einsicht in das Ganze der Geschichte, was ihm durch eigenes Forschen nie zukommen könnte. Und daraus leitet Bonaventura ab, die dringende Mahnung, die Heilige Schrift ganz zu kennen und dem Gedächtnis einzuprägen. Also nicht nur selektiv zu lesen, die Lieblingsevangelien. Die Höhe, Erhabenheit und Schönheit ist sozusagen die vertikale Dimension, Paragraph 4. Denn die Heilige Schrift spricht nicht nur von der irdischen Welt, sondern auch von der überirdischen, den Engeln, der Hierarchia Celestis und vom Wesen Gottes selbst, der Hierarchia Super Celestis, der Dreifaltigkeit. Sie will, Zitat, mit der Betrachtung göttlicher Dinge vertraut machen. Und noch einmal ein Zitat aus Paragraph 4. Groß ist die Schönheit der Welt, des gesamten Weltgebildes. Größer die Schönheit der Kirche, die im Schmuck der Gnadengaben glänzt. Gewaltig groß die Schönheit des himmlischen Jerusalems und alles überragend groß die Schönheit der allerhöchsten und allerheiligsten Dreifaltigkeit. Weil diese Inhalte dem menschlichen Geist nicht ohne weiteres zugänglich sind. Es gibt auch Dinge, die sind so schön, dass sie blenden und man kann sie nicht einfach aufnehmen. Darum eignet der Heiligen Schrift eine mehr oder weniger geheimnisvolle Ausdrucksweise, in dem zum Beispiel Bilder gebraucht werden für Wirklichkeiten, die man noch nicht sehen kann. Die unsichtbare Schönheit kann man nur in einem Spiegel sehen. Und daher gleicht die Heilige Schrift einem Spiegel oder auch einer Leiter, einer Skala. Bonaventura betont, dass dieser Spiegel nicht von unten gemacht werden kann, sondern von oben gezeigt werden muss. Also nicht Menschen erfinden Bilder oder Analogien, sondern sie werden gewählt von dem, der weiß, wovon er spricht. Letztlich von Christus als dem Wort Gottes. Die Bilder, die er gebraucht, können wir nicht einfach ersetzen. Das heißt, die Schöpfungswirklichkeit ist darauf angelegt, Weg und Leiter zur Erkenntnis Gottes zu sein. Aber durch den Sündenfall wurden die Geschöpfe stumm und der Mensch taub für ihre Botschaft. Und es bedurfte der Wiederherstellung der Leiter. Das heißt, Christus zeigt in dem, was er sagt, was die Schöpfung bedeutet. Er nimmt sozusagen die Schöpfung als Mittel, sich selbst auszudrücken. Er beansprucht die Deutungshoheit über die Schöpfung. Die Heilige Schrift, die von Christus spricht, ist damit, so Bonaventura in De Mysterio Trinitatis und auch im Itinerarium, ein Kommentar zum Buch der Schöpfung, dessen Bedeutung erst wieder erklärt werden muss. Die Tiefe der Heiligen Schrift besteht in der Vielfalt geistlicher Einsicht, die unter der schlichten Gestalt buchstäblichen Sinns verborgen sein können. Und da redet Bonaventura von der gewöhnlich bekannten Rede des dreifachen geistlichen Sinnes, von der Vielfältigkeit des geistlichen Sinnes, die auch der Vielfalt der Adressaten entspricht. Allzu selbstbewusste Hörer, ich sage es mal so, Superbi, ja, die sollen auch ihre Grenzen erkennen, wenn sie feststellen, der Sinn ist nicht immer evident. Und diejenigen, die humilis, mundus, fidelis und studiosus auditor sind, voll Demut, lauteren Herzens, Glauben und ernsthaftem Eifer. Studiositas ist das Gegenteil von Curiositas, der rechte Eifer. Die sollen je nach Situation und entsprechend ihrem geistlichen Status, Zustand oder Fortschritt angesprochen werden. Bonaventura argumentiert mit Paulus, dass die Heilige Schrift omnem intellectum in captivitatem führen wolle, jeden Verstand gefangen nehmen wolle. Jeder soll etwas erhalten, was er versteht, und zugleich soll auch jedes Menschen Denken übertroffen werden. Denn, Zitat aus De Scientia Christi, die menschliche Seele findet ihre Ruhe nicht in etwas, was sie vollständig begreift, sondern in einem Gegenstand, der sie über sich erhebt, der sie über sich hinauszieht. Ich sage jetzt nichts mehr über die Auctoritas der Heiligen Schrift, also was ihre Eigenschaft ist, dass sie nicht ein wissenschaftlicher Traktat ist und nicht in der Überzeugungskraft von der Plausibilität einzelner Argumente und Schlussfolgerungen abhängt, sondern davon, dass sie authentisch spricht. Authentisch heißt für Bonaventura bezeugendes Sprechen, so wie Auctor jemand ist, der an der Quelle einer Einsicht ist und sie bezeugen kann. Der Gegensatz dazu wäre diskursiv schlussfolgernd. Die Heilige Schrift bezeugt etwas, was man durch Schlussfolgerung, Ratiocinatio, nicht theoretisch beweisen kann. Eben zum Beispiel einzelne Ereignisse. de particularibus non est scientia. Damit ist verbunden etwas sehr Wichtiges. Ein Zeugnis will zu etwas bewegen. Es ist nicht einfach Information, sondern es ist auf die Neigung, die Inclinatio des Willens bezogen. Sie finden das im Paragraph 6 des Prologs des Breviloquiums. Das Ziel besteht darin, dass wir gut werden und das Heil erlangen, und das geschieht nicht durch bloße Ratiocinatio oder Überlegung, sondern durch eine Neigung unseres Willens. Im Paragraph 7 geht es um die Grundsätze der Auslegung. Das spare ich mir für jetzt und möchte ganz zum Schluss einfach noch ein Beispiel mit Ihnen anschauen. Wenn Sie etwa als Beispiel das 4. Buch des Breviloquiums nehmen, wir könnten irgendetwas anderes auch nehmen, das 4. Buch, das 1. Kapitel, es geht um die Menschwerdung. Die Inkarnation des Wortes. Es kommt sehr kurz zunächst, worum geht es? Um die Fleischwerdung des Wortes. Er will es kurz machen. Die Inkarnation des Verbum Patris bewirkt Heil und Reparatio oder Rekreatio des Menschengeschlechtes. Nicht, weil Gott nicht anders hätte handeln können, sondern weil keine andere Weise so passend, so convenient, angemessen war im Hinblick auf den Erlöser, den Menschen, der erlöst wird, und die Erlösung selbst. Das sagt er aus. Und dann kommt die innere Begründung dafür, also die innere Erklärung für das, was er eben gesagt hat. Es geht ihm unter anderem um die Zweiheit von: Musste etwas so sein und wie weit kann ich die Konvenienz eines Handelns Gottes aufweisen? Etwas, was Gott tut und was in seiner Freiheit verwurzelt ist, kann ich niemals mit einer Notwendigkeit beweisen, dass es nicht hätte anders sein können. Deswegen sagt er, es hätte auch anders sein können, theoretisch. Aber nachdem die Offenbarung so geschehen ist und wir wissen, dass Gott höchste Weisheit, höchste Allmacht und höchste Güte ist, können wir danach fragen, wo ist die Konvenienz, dass er so gehandelt hat, und das dann eben aufzuweisen. Weil das erste Prinzip, welches alle Dinge hervorbrachte, summum principium omnium rerum, nur Gott sein konnte und nur Gott sein durfte, decurit. Und weil die Wiederherstellung, die Reparatio oder Rekreatio nicht geringer ist als die Creatio, das ist für Bonaventura wichtig. Es war für Gott gewissermaßen genauso großartig und anstrengend, die Wiederherstellung wie die Schöpfung. Weil das so ist, muss das Prinzip der Rekreatio Gott selbst sein, also der Allerhöchste und nicht irgendetwas in eine mittlerer Gestalt auf Erden, also das ungeschaffene Wort selber. Und deswegen ist das fleischgewordene Wort, Verbum incarnatum, der Ursprung der Neuschöpfung. Also er argumentiert mit der Macht, der Weisheit und der Gutheit Gottes, die Prinzip der Schöpfung sind und ebenso auch Prinzip der Neuschöpfung. Und er sagt dazu, was ist weiser und vollkommener und angemessener, als dass das Wort Gottes, in dem alles erschaffen ist und das der Ursprung ist, auch das Ende der Wege Gottes ist. Also die Inkarnation, das Ende der Wege Gottes. Was bezeigt mehr Güte und Liebe, als wenn der Herr um des Heils des Sklaven willen Knechtsgestalt annimmt? Philipper 2, 7. Das ist ein Erweis solcher Benignitas, dass man sich nichts liebevolleres nihil clementius vorstellen kann. Das ist die Seite Gottes. Dann kommt die Seite des Menschen. Der Mensch ist in Schwäche, Unwissenheit und Bosheit gestürzt. Und er musste befreit werden, nicht nur aus einer Kleinigkeit, sondern die Beziehung zu Gott war so tief verletzt, dass es eine Verwandlung brauchte, denn der Mensch konnte Gott nicht mehr lieben, wie Gott verdient, geliebt zu werden. Und dazu wird er befähigt durch die Fleischwerdung, wo Gott erkannt, geliebt und nachgeahmt wird, weil er unser Bruder geworden ist. Also das ist sehr eingehend. Und schließlich das Letzte, die Erlösung selbst, die beiden entspricht, es muss eine Freundschaft wiederhergestellt werden. Das ist, ja, wenn eine Freundschaft hergestellt werden soll, dann geht das nur, wenn jemand da ist, der die Hand zu beiden Seiten ausstrecken kann. Also jemand, der in der hypostatischen Union der Erlöser ist. Diese Erklärung kann jetzt vielleicht nur als ein Beispiel dienen. Man könnte viele andere Beispiele gebrauchen, aber ich habe die Zeit schon überschritten und ich beende damit. Sie werden sicher mit dem Breviloquium sich selber noch beschäftigen und das ein oder andere überprüfen oder nachsinnen. Und für jetzt danke ich Ihnen sehr.
Dank. Thank you very much for this wonderful, splendid lecture. An introduction to the introduction of Breviloquium, but you made us understand how Bonaventure perceived credibile ut credibile, how this is related to credibile ut intelligibile, in a sense. And on the other hand, I really like your stress on the fourth chapter on the theme of incarnation. Maybe we will be able to talk about this topic in the discussion as a fundamental element of the Franciscan theology. So really, thank you very much. Now I would like to invite our next speaker, Frater Darko Teper. When we were preparing this program 3 weeks ago, he was still a professor at the University of Rijeka in Croatia. He's a member of the Croatian Franciscan province. But some days afterwards, a special call from Rome came, and he, as far as I got to know, he was only acquainted with his consent that he became a close collaborator of the new Minister General for our order. He's actually, in some sense, a successor of Bonaventure. He now has to deal with formation and study of the whole order. He's a Secretary General, and I think he moved in Rome in the General Curia just some days ago. So he will be talking to us from Rome. He graduated, he obtained his doctorate in Jerusalem. He's a biblical scholar, but as he mentioned me, he really wanted to deal with Bonaventure once, and this was a nice opportunity for him, and I'm sure also for us. So Darko will speak in Italian, as for a Roman is appropriate. So the word is yours, Darko. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you for this introduction. Sì, parlerò in italiano. Buonasera a tutti. Ecco, ringrazio per l'invito e mi dispiace perché per me non era possibile di stare adesso con voi anche in persona. Comunque spero che riusciremo a fare anche in questo modo in cui siamo abituati gli ultimi più o meno 2 anni. Allora io veramente volevo parlare del programma, quel piano ermeneutico di Bonaventura, di cui già abbiamo sentito molto in questa bella conferenza precedente, di cui ringrazio anche. Questo piano ermeneutico nel breviloquio e poi vedere come Bonaventura stesso applica questo piano ermeneutico nel suo commentario del Vangelo di Luca. E ho scelto praticamente alcuni brani per quel tempo che ho adesso, mi limiterò a un solo brano un po' più lungo, quel primo che è indicato anche nel sottotitolo di questa mia conferenza, che è il brano del capitolo 10 del Vangelo di Luca. Volevo forse ricordare brevemente solo quella frase della lettera agli Efesini di cui già abbiamo sentito precedentemente, dove nella lettera si legge che, ecco, che il Cristo abiti per mezzo della fede nei vostri cuori e così radicati e fondati nella carità siate in grado di comprendere con tutti i santi quale sia l'ampiezza, la lunghezza, l'altezza e la profondità e di conoscere l'amore di Cristo che supera ogni conoscenza. Quindi abbiamo già sentito cosa intende San Bonaventura con queste espressioni, l'ampiezza, lunghezza, l'altezza e profondità, e io salto adesso quella parte del mio intervento che si soffermava su queste 4 espressioni. Vorrei invece sostare sul brano del Vangelo di Luca, capitolo 10, dai versetti 24 a 42. Si tratta di 3 pericope di questo Vangelo. La prima, quella dello scriba, del conoscitore della legge, che viene davanti a Gesù e lo chiede cosa devo fare per avere la vita eterna. Poi la seconda pericope è quella parabola del buon samaritano, e la terza quella su Marta e Maria. Voglio prima presentare un po' la posizione di questo testo dal punto di vista esegetico, per passare poi a mostrare alcuni esempi in cui Bonaventura interpreta questi testi e quali conclusioni ne tira. Quindi prima bisogna dire che già diversi esegeti hanno dimostrato che Luca in questo testo combina diverso materiale per usarlo come introduzione alla parabola. Quindi in questo testo dello scriba, del conoscitore della legge che viene di fronte a Gesù, combina diverso materiale per usarlo come introduzione alla parabola che segue, quella di buon samaritano, che poi come cornice ha i versetti 29 e poi 36 e 37. Sono quei versetti dove prima si dice che quello scriba voleva giustificarsi domandando chi è il mio prossimo, e poi versetti 36 e 37 dove viene praticamente la risposta: chi ha avuto compassione di lui, quello è il prossimo. Quindi questa è la cornice che è stata fatta per la parabola di buon samaritano e che la congiunge, che fa da aggancio a quello che precede a questo doppio comandamento cosiddetto dell'amore verso Dio e verso il prossimo. Infatti questo versetto 29 riprende il personaggio nominato all'inizio, cioè il nomikos, conoscitore della legge, e la sua seconda domanda riprende il vocabolo centrale della citazione di Levitico 19-18, kaiton plesion su hos seauton, plesion. Ora, l'amore verso il prossimo del Levitico 19-18 riguarda l'amore verso gli altri appartenenti del popolo di Dio, cioè gli altri israeliti. Il commento dell'Evangelista, ma egli volendo giustificarsi, telon di kaiosai auton, disse a Gesù, chiaramente indica il desiderio del conoscitore della legge di limitare il significato di questo plesion. La parabola che segue è la risposta di Gesù a questa domanda ed è un'interpretazione del doppio comandamento dell'amore e più precisamente di Luca 10:27b, l'amore verso il prossimo. La prima domanda dell'interlocutore di Gesù si riferisce alla vita eterna. Maestro, cosa devo fare di poiesas per ereditare la vita eterna? Soen aionion. Gesù provoca il conoscitore della legge di dare la risposta basata sulla legge e gli risponde con il doppio comandamento. E finalmente Gesù conferma dando così la risposta alla prima domanda: fa questo e vivrai. La parabola, come abbiamo visto, serve per rispondere alla seconda domanda sul prossimo. Gesù infine domanda al suo interlocutore: chi di questi tre ti sembra sia stato il prossimo? Di colui che è incappato nei briganti. La risposta è: chi ha fatto misericordia, to eleos, chi ha fatto misericordia a lui. Si tratta, come è ben noto, del Samaritano. Sembra allora che la risposta sia chiara: il prossimo è colui che ha bisogno, è colui che gli presta aiuto. L'ultima parola di Gesù è l'applicazione pratica: va e anche tu fa lo stesso. Poiei homoios. Abbiamo lo stesso verbo nella domanda del conoscitore della legge e nella risposta di Gesù. Vai e anche tu fa lo stesso. Cosa deve fare il maestro della legge? Il suo compito è quello di imitare il comportamento del Samaritano, di fare misericordia. Il verbo fare riprende quindi la prima domanda sulla vita eterna. Cosa devo fare per ereditare la vita eterna? Ci sono gli esegeti che a questo punto aggiungono che la pericope su Maria e Marta dovrebbe allora essere la risposta sulla la spiegazione di quel primo comandamento dell'amore verso Dio, in cui riconoscono Maria che sta a piedi di Gesù e ascolta la sua parola come uno che compie questo dovere dell'amore verso Dio. Vediamo come lo fa Bonaventura. Lui già dall'inizio, dall'introduzione nella prima pericopa, valorizza la lunghezza, per quanto vede la scrittura nella sua totalità, cioè non si sofferma solo sul Vangelo di Luca, ma si serve anche del testo parallelo del Vangelo di Matteo, valorizza tra l'altro anche la profondità della scrittura, servendosi dell'altro testo della scrittura per arrivare al senso spirituale. Mentre in Luca il conoscitore della legge domanda: maestro, che devo fare per ottenere la vita eterna? Bonaventura cerca di vedere cos'è quello che uno deve domandare, che uno deve cercare, e trova la risposta in Geremia. State sulle vie, guardate e interrogate sui sentieri antichi quale sia la via buona e camminate in essa e troverete refrigerio per le anime vostre. E Bonaventura conclude: questo infatti è quanto il Signore insegna in Isaia, capitolo 48, io sono il Signore che ti insegno cose utili. Quindi lui è davvero un insegnante, un maestro. Similmente anche per quanto riguarda il doppio comandamento, quello dell'amore verso Dio e verso il prossimo, Bonaventura, commentando il Vangelo di Luca, usa il parallelo di Matteo, dove si dice: in questi due precetti era chiusa tutta la legge e i profeti, per affermare che Cristo ridusse tutti i precetti ad uno solo, nel quale era chiusa tutta la norma di vita. Ricorre di nuovo al senso spirituale, usando i testi del cantico nel riferimento alle modalità dell'amore. Come di chiave di interpretazione si serve delle espressioni cuore, anima e forze. Così, con tutto il cuore, si deve capire del vigilare, perché nel cantico si legge: io dormo, ma il mio cuore vigila. Con tutta l'anima si deve capire come ardentemente, perché nel cantico si legge: l'anima mia si è liquefatta quando ha parlato il mio diletto. Con tutte le forze bisogna capire costantemente, perché il cantico dice: forte come la morte è l'amore, inesorabile come gli inferi la gelosia, le sue fiaccole sono fiaccole di fuoco e di fiamme, le molte acque non possono estinguere l'amore. Precedentemente interpreta Bonaventura le stesse espressioni nei termini piuttosto filosofici, i quali sarebbero più vicini a un senso materiale o, se vogliamo, letterale. Quando Gesù dice hai risposto bene, fa questo e vivrai, Bonaventura riporta una serie di testi biblici che danno sia la motivazione per amore verso il prossimo che la prova che l'osservanza della legge fa entrare nella vita. Lo stesso procedimento troviamo quando, all'interno della parabola di Buon Samaritano, pensa sul fatto che quell'uomo che scendeva da Gerusalemme era solo, servendosi di un testo dell'Ecclesiaste, proprio nella sua solitudine trova la causa della sua sventura. Lì si dice: guai a chi è solo, perché cadendo non ha chi lo sollevi. Poi, citando Giobbe, si sposta verso l'interpretazione allegorica. I testi citati sono: mi ha spogliato della mia gloria e mi ha tolto la corona della testa, e insieme irruppero i ladroni, contro di me si prepararono la strada. In una serie di procedimenti simili, Bonaventura raggiunge alle conclusioni. La prima: la legge di Dio si compie in questo, quando non solo con la parola e nella mente, ma anche nei fatti viene sollevato qualsiasi prossimo bisognoso, secondo il versetto della lettera ai Galati: portate a vicenda gli uni i pesi degli altri e così osserverete la legge di Cristo. In questo senso Bonaventura trova la confermazione del senso letterale in un altro testo biblico. La seconda conclusione va verso il senso spirituale. Dice: per la persona bisognosa, per miseria, si intende il genere umano che nel peccato di Adamo discese da Gerusalemme a Gerico, cioè nel potere dei demoni, che lo spogliarono dei doni gratuiti e lo ferirono in quelli naturali. La persona che passò con durezza, cioè quel sacerdote o levita, fu la giustizia legale, che non prestava né misericordia né medicina. La persona che soccorre per misericordia, cioè il buon samaritano, è Cristo Signore. La pericopa su Marta e Maria, e questo lo faccio molto più brevemente, è interpretata da Bonaventura come un esempio umano per la formazione dei discepoli. Nel procedimento simile ai brani precedenti, raggiunge alle conclusioni conosciute già nel commento di Gregorio Magno, che riguardano la vita attiva e la vita contemplativa. Qui Gregorio Magno, tra parentesi, praticamente si serve del commento di Filone di Alessandria per quanto riguarda Lea e Rachela nell'Antico Testamento. In Maria, che ha scelto la parte migliore, Bonaventura riconosce perfino Maria Vergine, fondandosi soprattutto sul fatto che il brano in questione si leggeva nella festa dell'Assunzione della Vergine. Se vogliamo qui dire, c'è anche una interpretazione allora liturgica. Nel procedimento di Bonaventura troviamo il riconoscimento dell'ampiezza della scrittura in quanto riporta diversi testi biblici nella sua interpretazione del brano del Vangelo di Luca. Il riconoscimento della lunghezza della scrittura troviamo nella sua esistenza di situare l'evento nell'insieme del racconto biblico, dalla caduta del primo uomo alla sua salvezza, come si vede soprattutto nella parabola del buon samaritano, in quel senso allegorico. Un senso dell'altezza della scrittura si può scorgere nella sua interpretazione della parabola di buon samaritano, in quanto Bonaventura in essa trova un insegnamento, noi diremo di Gesù storico, sul comportamento sociale, ma anche un insegnamento allegorico sulla storia della salvezza. Legata a questo è la profondità della scrittura nel suo cercare il senso morale e allegorico, nonché questo letterale. Ciò è visibile in tutte e tre le parti di questo brano. Ecco, questo è un mio tentativo di fare uno sguardo dell'insieme di queste tre pericope e dell'interpretazione che ne fa San Bonaventura. Certamente nel lavoro scritto avrete molti più dettagli. Grazie.
Grazie, Federico. Thank you so much for showing us that we Franciscans are now in good hands with nomicos like you at taking care of our study, and not only study but also formation. If you can, please stay with us until the discussion. But now I'd like to invite our professor, Dr. Anton Strukel. He's not only a professor emeritus at this faculty, but 2 years ago he earned also a honorary title of Professor Emeritus at the whole University of Ljubljana, and he's a good scholar, connoisseur, and I think also a good friend of Ratzinger. He worked in the International Theological Commission, so his talk will be dealing with Ratzinger's interpretation of Bonaventura. So please.
Hvala lepa in lepo pozdravljeni. Grüß Gott. Josef Ratzinger schildert den eigenen Studienwerdegang, aus dem eine gewisse Geistesverwandtschaft und Freundschaft mit den Kirchenlehrern erwachsen ist. Zitat: Da ich von Augustinus kam, lag es nahe, über Bonaventura zu arbeiten. Ich sollte versuchen herauszubringen, ob es in irgendeiner Form bei Bonaventura eine Entsprechung zum Begriff der Heilsgeschichte gäbe und ob dieses Motiv, wenn erkennbar, in Zusammenhang mit dem Gedanken der Offenbarung stehe. Zitat Ende. Die Bonaventura-Studien von 1955 ist die Leistung eines damals erst 28-jährigen Wissenschaftlers. Inhaltlich sollte er herauszufinden versuchen, wie Bonaventura Offenbarung verstanden hatte und ob es bei ihm so etwas wie eine Vorstellung von Heilsgeschichte gäbe. Die mittelalterliche Theologie kennt nämlich keinen Traktat der Revelation über die Offenbarung im heutigen Sinne. Es gibt auch kein Wort, das unserem heutigen Begriff von Offenbarung inhaltlich entspräche. Es waren schwierige Wortfelduntersuchungen zu leisten. Erst die Zusammenschau der Begriffe Revelatio, Manifestatio, Doctrina, Fides etc. ergibt ein Bild davon, wie Bonaventura Offenbarung sieht und versteht. Die Habilitationsschrift von Ratzinger war ein gewaltiges, ein wuchtiges Werk, und mit 700 Seiten das umfangreichste, das Ratzinger je geschrieben hat. Und von dem jedoch gut 500 Seiten über ein halbes Jahrhundert, 50 Jahre, in der Schublade verschwinden sollten. Was ist passiert? Das Drama der Habilitation. Kardinal Josef Ratzinger erzählt in seinen Lebenserinnerungen, dass seine wissenschaftliche Laufbahn beinahe schon beendet worden wäre, noch ehe sie richtig begonnen hatte. Während nämlich sein Doktorvater, Professor Gottlieb Söhngen, die Studie geradezu himmlisch lobte, hatte der Zweigutachter Professor Michael Schmaus den ersten Abschnitt fast ganz vernichtet. Mit vielen Farbbleistiften alles vermerkt. Lediglich im dritten Teil gab es kaum noch Beanstandungen. Das Drama beginnt, als Professor Schmaus sachlich und ohne Emotion dem Kandidaten eröffnete, er müsse die Habilitationsschrift ablehnen. Ich war wie vom Donner getroffen. Eine Welt drohte für mich zusammenzubrechen, erinnerte sich der junge Wissenschaftler. Er war auch um seine Eltern besorgt, ob er seine Stelle verlassen müsste. In dieser Not entscheiden sich Ratzinger für eine geniale Lösung. In kurzer Zeit bearbeitet er den dritten Teil seiner Studie und legt seinen Text erneut vor. Ein Wagnis und eine Überraschung, denn die neue Fassung müsste einige Jahre beanspruchen. Und er hat das in ein paar Monaten geschafft. Und am Schicksalstag, am 21. Februar 1957, legte er die neue Fassung an und hat sie auch verteidigt in München an der Ludwig-Maximilian-Universität. 200 Studenten, Professoren, Schaulustige waren versammelt. Es herrscht Totenstille, als der Prüfling seinen halbstündigen Vortrag beginnt. Danach aber entbrennt eine Kontroverse zwischen dem Doktorvater Söhngen und dem Schmaus, die sich heftig in die Haare geraten und in den Hörsaal hinein predigten. Der Habilitant steht schweigend und stumm dazwischen. Nach der offiziellen Kundgabe bestanden, konnte Ratzinger kaum Freude empfinden, denn er schreibt, so schwer lag der Albtraum des Vergangenen noch auf mir. Und Peter Seewald, sein Biograf, bemerkt es ganz pointiert. Doch auch diese Prüfung war von der Vorsehung als segensreich gemeint. Aber die Dämonen, die sich um ihn versammelt hatten, sollten damit nicht verschwunden sein. Immer wieder kam zu einem Gewitter. Gut, zweiter Punkt. Die vollständige Veröffentlichung der Habilitationsarbeit. Genau 50 Jahre sind vergangen, bis die ursprüngliche Studie das Licht der Welt erblickte. Der Band Offenbarungsverständnis und Geschichtstheologie Bonaventuras erschien im Jahre 2009 in der groß angelegten und fast schon abgeschlossenen Reihe der gesammelten Schriften in 16 Bänden bis zur Papstwahl. Insgesamt sind es schon über 20, noch 2 Bände fehlen. Im Vorwort in diesem Buch dazu schreibt Papst Benedikt: Dankensweise hat Frau Professor Dr. Marianne Schlosser, eine ausgewiesene Kennerin der mittelalterlichen Theologie und besonders der Werke des heiligen Bonaventura, sich angeboten, die nötige und gewiss nicht ganz leichte Arbeit zu übernehmen. Dafür kann ich ihr nur von Herzen danken, so der Pontifex. Und in der Tat, Frau Marianne Schlosser hat den ursprünglichen Text aus dem Latein verdeutscht, eine Einleitung geschrieben, gründliche Studien darüber gemacht und dazu noch 2 solche Bücher auch also übersetzt, nämlich alle Ansprachen und Vorträge von Teenager der Theologie, damals 35 Jahre alten Ratzinger während des Konzils. Etwa 2000 Seiten noch aus Latein hat die Frau übersetzt und noch veröffentlicht. Also, ja, er war damals Teenager im Konzil als Experte. Gut. Der Hauptteil des genannten Bonaventura-Buches besteht aus 2 Abschnitten. Zuerst bislang unveröffentlichter Text, etwa 500 Seiten, und dann Abschnitt 2, die Geschichtstheologie des heiligen Bonaventura. Das war damals schon also publiziert, 1959, und dann noch 30 Jahre später in EOS Verlag auf Spanisch, Englisch und 2-mal Italienisch herausgegeben. Im Teil B folgen 6 große Aufsätze seiner Bonaventura-Studien. Im Teil C kommen etliche Rezensionen zu Büchern mit mediävalistischen Thematik und 2 Geleitworte. Soweit zum Inhalt. Punkt 3. Die Kirche als Trägerin der Offenbarung. Wie hat der heilige Bonaventura die Offenbarung und die Geschichte verstanden? Josef Ratzinger sagt es in Kürze. Ich hatte festgestellt, dass es bei Bonaventura und wohl bei den Theologen des 13. Jahrhunderts überhaupt keine Entsprechung zu unserem Begriff von Offenbarung gäbe, mit dem wir üblicherweise das Ganze der offenbarten Inhalte zu bezeichnen pflegen, so dass sich sogar der Sprachgebrauch eingebürgert hat, die Heilige Schrift einfach als die Offenbarung zu nennen. In der Sprache des hohen Mittelalters wäre eine solche Identifizierung gar nicht denkbar. Und jetzt kommt die Zentralaussage. Zur Offenbarung gehört vom Begriff selber her ein Jemand, der ihrer inne wird. Dieser Satz, diese Kernaussage steht auch auf dem Umschlag. Und wer ist dieser Jemand? Das ist nicht ein Individuum, ein isolierter jemand, sondern das ist die Kirche als Person. Sie ist die Interpreterin der offenbarten Wahrheit. Die Heilige Schrift ist ein Buch der Kirche. Und wenn wir Credo sprechen, sind wir wie kleine Kinder, die in Muttersprache der Kirche mitsagen und mitbekennen. Credo, ich bekenne. Aber die Muttersprache ist die Sprache der Kirche. Sie ist allein befugt, das Credo, ich bekenne, ich glaube, auszusprechen. Und wir erlernen das wie in unserer Muttersprache, das mit einem Wort. Also das Subjekt des Credo, des Taufbekenntnisses, ist nicht der isolierte Einzelne, sondern das Subjekt des Glaubens ist die Kirche in ihrer Raum und Zeit überspannenden, überindividuellen Einheit. Das ist das. Das vergessen wir allzu oft. 4. Punkt, die Geschichtstheologie Bonaventuras. Der Autor wusste, dass es bei den mittelalterlichen Lehrern auch keinen Begriff von Heilsgeschichte in unserem Sinn gibt. Neben der klassischen Gestalt der Problematik von Geschichte und Wahrheit, die Bonaventura mit der Theologie seiner Zeit gemeinsam hat und auf seine Weise behandelt, kommt bei ihm aber noch das Neue seines historischen Augenblicks. Ich zitiere. Joachim von Fiore, 1202, hatte einen trinitarischen Rhythmus der Geschichte gelehrt, dem Zeitalter des Vaters, Altes Testament, und des Sohnes, Neues Testament, und Kirche sollte ein Zeitalter des Heiligen Geistes folgen. in dem mit der Einhaltung der Bergpredigt der Geist der Armut zum Durchbruch kommen werde. Versöhnung von Griechen und Lateinern, Versöhnung von Christen und Juden und eine Zeit des Friedens kommen würden. Aus einer Kombination symbolischer Zahlen hatte der gelehrte Abt abgeleitet, dass das neue Zeitalter um das Jahr 1260 beginnen müsse. Die franziskanische Bewegung stieß etwa 20 Jahre früher auf diese Schriften, die für viele elektrisierend wirkten. Hatte mit Franz von Assisi wirklich dieses neue Zeitalter begonnen? So entwickelte sich im Inneren des Ordens eine dramatische Spannung zwischen Realisten und Spiritualen, die auf das radikal Neue einer neuen Periode der Geschichte setzten. Bonaventura war als Ordensgeneral den ungeheuren Herausforderungen dieser Spannung ausgesetzt, die für ihn keine akademische Frage, sondern ein ganz konkretes Problem seines Auftrages als 7. Nachfolger des heiligen Franz darstellte. Insofern war Geschichte plötzlich als Wirklichkeit greifbar und müsste als solche in realem Handeln und in theologischer Reflexion bewältigt werden. Bei Bonaventura, wie Bonaventura diese Herausforderung angenommen und damit Heilsgeschichte und Offenbarung in zusammengebracht hat, habe ich versucht, in meiner Arbeit darzustellen. So lautet die Aussage von Papst Benedikt in seinem Vorwort zu dieser Ausgabe. Christus ist die Mitte der Offenbarung und der Geschichte. Christus ist die Mitte der Offenbarung und der Geschichte. Er ist die absolute Neuheit, die nie veraltet, nie verwelkt. Omnia Christi non deficiunt, sed propitiunt. Die Werke Christi gehen nicht zurück, werden nicht weniger, sondern schreiten voran, sagt der Heilige in dem Brief de Tribus Questionibus. Für ihn ist Christus nicht mehr, wie es für die Kirchenväter der Fall war, das Ende, sondern der Mittelpunkt der Geschichte. Die Einzigkeit Christi garantiert die Neuheit und die Erneuerung in allen Epochen der Geschichte. Zusammenfassend, zum Begriff der Offenbarung. Kirche ist die Trägerin der Offenbarung. Und zum Begriff der Geschichte, Christus ist die Mitte der Geschichte und auch der Mittelpunkt der Offenbarung. Letzter Punkt, Dr. Seraphicus und Papst Benedikt. Die Habilitationsschrift hinterließ nachhaltige Spuren im Werk Josef Ratzingers. Mehrmals hat der Autor später direkt auf seine damalige Arbeit Bezug genommen und sie in den Kontext aktuellen Fragen gestellt. In Interviews, in seiner Autobiografie, wie auch in der Vorworten zu fremdsprachigen Ausgaben. Papst Benedikt hat dem großen franziskanischen Gelehrten und Kirchenlehrer heiligen Bonaventura im Frühjahr 2010 3 Katechesen gewidmet. Wir haben sie in slowenischer Übersetzung erhalten. Dazu gehört auch seine Ansprache anlässlich seines Pastoralbesuches in Viterbo in Bonaventure. Der Heilige war ja sein langjähriger Freund. Wie er sagte in Bonaventure, Bonaventura a me particolarmente caro. Zum Schluss können wir eine Frage stellen. Welche Eigenschaften faszinieren Papst Benedikt an Bonaventuras Persönlichkeit und welche Parallelen bestehen zwischen den beiden? Wir können 3 Gemeinsamkeiten nennen. Aktion und Kontemplation, die Botschaft der Hoffnung und Primat der Liebe. Imam Moshe, 3 Minuten. Danke. Also Aktion und Kontemplation. Für Papst Benedikt erscheint vor allem faszinierend die Verbindung von intellektueller Bemühung und Gebet. Also die Einheit von Aktion und Kontemplation. Bonaventura war als General des Franziskanerordens kein Macher, sondern einer, der betet und denkt. Papst Benedikt sagt ausdrücklich, für den heiligen Bonaventura war die Leitung nicht bloßes Tun, sondern vor allem Denken und Beten. An der Basis seiner Leitung finden wir immer das Gebet und das Denken. Alle seine Entscheidungen ergeben sich aus der Reflexion, aus dem vom Gebet erleuchteten Denken. Sein inniger Kontakt mit Christus hat seine Arbeit als Generalmeister immer begleitet. Und daher hat er eine Reihe theologisch-mystischer Schriften verfasst, die den Geist seiner Führung zum Ausdruck bringen und die Absicht bekunden, den Orden innerlich zu führen. Das heißt, nicht allein durch Befehle und Strukturen zu regieren, sondern indem er die Seelen leitete und erleuchtete und sie auf Christus ausrichtete. So hat auch Theologe Ratzinger und Oberhirte Benedikt gehandelt. Jetzt schließlich hat er sich zum kontemplativen Leben entschlossen. Vielleicht ein Zitat von Benedikt, das in Optatam Totius steht und aus dem Latein ins Deutsche von Frau Marianne übersetzt worden war. So sagte der seraphische Theologe. Niemand möge glauben, das Lesen allein sei hinreichend ohne die Salbung des Geistes. Das Schauen in den Spiegel der Geschöpfe ohne innige Zuneigung zum Schöpfer. Eifriges Forschen ohne Staunen. Kluges Erwägen ohne inneren Jubel. Eigene Anstrengung ohne Frömmigkeit. Wissen ohne Liebe. Einsicht ohne Demut. Studium ohne die göttliche Gnade. Oder ein Spiegel ohne den Anhauch der Weisheit Gottes. Zweitens, B, die Botschaft der Hoffnung. Damit hängt ein weiterer Aspekt zusammen. Der heilige Bonaventura war ein Bote der Hoffnung, un messaggero di speranza, betonte der Papst anlässlich seines Pastoralbesuches in Bagnoregio. Ein schönes Bild der Hoffnung finden wir in seiner Adventsprache, Adventpredigt, wo Bonaventura die Bewegung der Hoffnung mit dem Fluch eines Vogels vergleicht, der die Flügel so weit wie möglich spreizt und seine ganze Kraft aufwendet, um sie zu bewegen. Er macht gewissermaßen sich selber zur Bewegung, um aufzusteigen und zu fliegen. Und er sagt, hoffen heißt fliegen. Bonaventura lehrt uns, die Flügel der Hoffnung auszubreiten, die uns anspornt, ebenso wie er unermüdlich Gott zu suchen, die Schönheiten der Schöpfung zu loben und Zeugen zu sein, jener Liebe und jener Schönheit, die alles bewegt, mit Dante gesagt. Letzter Punkt, Primat der Liebe. Noch eine dritte Charakteristik der Geistesverwandtschaft kann man nennen. In seiner dritten Katechese betont Papst Benedikt den Primat der Liebe als ein unterscheidendes Kennzeichen Bonaventuras. Diesen ausgewogenen Primat der Liebe kann man auch bei Papst feststellen. Siehe seine erste Enzyklika Deus Caritas est und vorher bei Hoffnung Spe Salvi. Gott ist Liebe. Er hat uns zuerst geliebt. Indem der Mensch auf seine Liebe antwortet, findet er das Leben und somit das Ziel des Lebens, das Glück. Die letzte Bestimmung des Menschen besteht darin, Gott zu lieben, in der Begegnung und Vereinigung seiner und unserer Liebe. Das ist für ihn die angemessenste Definition unseres Glücks. Ich danke Ihnen für die Aufmerksamkeit.
Hvala, gospod professor. Thank you very much for this presentation, that we can see how actual the thought of St. Bonaventure can be. Yesterday evening, we were asking ourselves how the medieval thought can be actual for modern times. And I think Joseph Ratzinger, Pope Benedict XVI, is one good, excellent example of this. As the last presenter in this session, before we move on the concluding lecture, I'll now invite Brother Miran. He's professor at the Faculty of Theology. His main interest lies in patristics, but he's also professor of medieval theology, and I'm sure his view on Bonaventure sacramental theology, namely on this Eucharistic doctrine, will show us how also Bonaventure is deeply rooted already in the patristic tradition. So, please.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation presentation. I decided this morning to spare you with the reading of my 8 pages, and I prefer simply to tell how these pages were made, and I am ashamed, and I won't tell you when they were made. They are not ripe again, but not ripe yet. And I think for their maturation, they will need a few more views and rereadings. But I'll tell you how I found the title of my little paper. When I was looking at the translation, I simply hit at the problem that I couldn't solve, and it is not solved in many our languages. How to translate that famous caro and corpus, because it's hard to understand what he meant with caro Christi and corpus Christi. Is it the same thing when he speaks about Eucharist and says caro Christi and corpus Christi, or he wants to tell something different with these 2 different words? That was my question, and I fight for years, and I will fight to the end with this famous word that we have already heard, Menschwerdung, Bogoplochenie. Many languages simply take the Latin word incarnation, auch Deutsch, Inkarnation. We sometimes use incarnatia, but very rarely. We have few possibilities, but none of them is fitting according to me. So I jumped to this problem, looking what can Bonaventure say about what is caro and what is corpus. It all started with John, with his prologue. Et verbum caro factum est, logos sarx egeneto. What is this caro? Sarx. Bonaventure uses both words, corpus and caro, but he has no explicit treatment of those 2 things, just implicitly. Thank God we have computers and we have Control F in different ways. I went through the Latin text on the CLT, looking for corpus and all derivates and caro and all derivates, and counted them and saw that corpus is more than twice more frequent than caro. So caro is somehow limited. Then I was looking where these 2 terms are mentioned close to each other. And we found it is when he's speaking about Eucharist. For the Eucharist, he says caro and corpus. Just a little bracket, Eucharist is one of the big theological questions in the Middle Ages. Trinity, Christology, they were all somehow set already in antiquity. But since Augustine didn't write his last word about Eucharist, since he left things so open, so then Middle Ages could enter this debate with all those Lanfrancs, Berengarius, and all others. When we come to St. Bonaventure, the Fourth Lateran Council is behind us, so formally the problem is solved, but it is not solved in a way that could be that actually there was still unclear. It was still unclear enough so that Luther could reopen the question, and his friends gave each his own interpretation, what's happening and how it's happening when the bread is on the altar. So Bonaventure speaks about those things clearly according to the teaching of the Fourth Lateran, but out of those texts, I tried to find out what actually he means with the caro and corpus. So I went and looked for all corpuses and all caros in the text. Corpus is a very large notion. Bonaventure starts speaking about corpus, about corpora, when he is in the text about, when he explains creation. There he mentions that beings that have no corpus, incorporalia, are better than the ones that have corpus. So better not to have corpus. Then those who have corpus, they are divided in two ways. Ones that have celestial corpora, which are simple, and those who have elementary corpora, mixture of elements, 1, 2, 3, 4, sometimes the fifth. But then he tells that at the summit of all the created elementary corpora is human corpus. That is the most perfect because that corpus is fitting to receive anima, spiritus, mens, whatever. So that's the way in which corpora were made, and they were made for the humanization, made in the moment when God inspired the spirit soul to first man. And then there's a beautiful sentence in the Breviloquium, the soul is in the earth because of the body, and the body will be in the heaven because of the soul. It's because the corpus is meant to enter the heavenly realm. But on this way, there comes caro. Caro is somehow defined as a natura corporalis of a man. But then the man sins. We are slowly going downwards in the Breviloquium. And who actually and what sins in this compound, human compound? It is will. It is something that has to do with the soul, with the anima. But the consequences are reflected in the caro. Caro is bearing the penalty of a sin. And from that point on, caro is very often linked with the notion of peccatum. Peccatum, caro is infecta, and caro then transmits to corpus this penalty, that corpus starts to become the bearer of this penalty. We come to the center of the Breviloquium, incarnation. Christ is not incorporated. He is neither inanimated he is incarnated. Christ becomes caro, not corpus. He has corpus, but the notion, the theological expression that shows this kenosis is incarnatio. And there is actually the most frequent presence of the root caro in Bonaventure's work, incarnation, verbum incarnatum. But verbum incarnatum, verbum, something divine that becomes something carnal. This is the lapsus. And that's why in Christ we have passio, passio carnis and passio corporis. Both are somehow they are subject to the passion. Then if we just simply resume these things, so corpus is something that is created and that is called to the glorification. Caro is one of the aspects of the corpus that is linked with the sinfulness and with penalty. But Christ has no sins, but he is suffering, and that's why he enters the caro aspect of humanity. Let's go now to the Eucharist. If we distinguish this caro and corpus, which are in the text, I have a few cases where caro is just caro and where there is the corpus is almost excluded, and we have also examples of corpora which have nothing to do with caro. When we come to the Eucharist, things are a little illogical. Normally, in our normal thinking, we link caro with blood. So flesh and blood would go together. Meat and blood go together. Not corpus and sanguis, which is always in liturgical texts. We always speak about Christ's corpus, corpus Christi, sanguis Christi. And normally corpus would go together with mens or with anima. And caro would go with sanguis. But in Eucharist, we have corpus Christi and sanguis Christi. Only in few places, Saint Bonaventure links and makes almost really full equalness, full sign of equal between corpus and sanguis, corpus and caro. Eucharist is both. But who is receiving that Eucharist? My flesh, my caro. But my caro cannot, according to Bonaventure, my caro cannot really accept, receive the Eucharist. It is my spirit that is a receiver of the Eucharist. Remember that story about the dog? If dog eats Eucharist, he doesn't receive Christ, according to Bonaventure. So here, when I was looking and trying to find a better translation for caro and incarnatio, which cannot be in animatio, no, neither in Slovenian za slovenske poslušalce, niti utelešenje, niti človečenje nista ustrezna izraza. Umešanje. Yeah. So we use the words in Slovenian in humanization, actually, inhumation. Then we have used incorporation. We have, where is the solution? I didn't find it. I won't find it. I was looking for a fitting translation, but actually what we can do is simply understand the notions as they are and give to the words that we have real and good meaning. But what I found was something different. Saint Bonaventure has all things in three. So I found three interesting trans things, because our society very sometimes wants to be a little trans. The first one is incarnation. the word that becomes caro. This is Christ's and God's plan of salvation. We have read the text with Professor Marianne. Second, out of incarnation comes Eucharist, which is a sort of extension of incarnation, where we have transubstantiation, when substances of bread and wine become corpus and caro Christi and sanguis Christi. It is not something to be simply looked at or admired or studied. It is something that comes to us for our transformation. Oh, now our transformation, because what Bonaventure says, the Eucharist, when received by a human person, makes it become corpus mysticum. Because Bonaventure distinguishes two corpora in Christ: verum corpus, which is the real Eucharistic body, and mysticum corpus, which is church. So by receiving Eucharist, a man becomes member of a church, which is mystical body of Christ, and that's how he becomes to his perfection. So these are three good steps that Bonaventure is offering us while speaking about caro and corpus Christi. Christ becomes caro. Then the bread becomes his corpus and caro, so that I, who am corpus and am caro, can become corpus mysticum, can enter to the corpus mysticum of Christ, to my perfection, where I was made, what I was made for, because my soul was united to my corpus and caro in order that I might become part of this mystical body of all redeemed in the kingdom. Thank you for your patience, and hopefully this paper will mature a little more for publication.
Thank you very much, Father Miron, for this wonderful research, and I'm sure it's been also theologically stimulative. So we have now, let's say, some minutes for the discussion. I also invite the online participants, if you have any questions, just feel free to ask, and also you participants here in the hall. After this short discussion, we'll have a 5-minute break to freshen the air and freshen our corpora, and then we'll proceed to the final talk. So please feel free.
I think it could be interesting to take into consideration the term carnis resurrectionem. In the Breviloquium at the end, there's the topic is eschatology. Bonaventure describes what carnis resurrectionem means and what is the substance to resurrection. And I think this is linked that caro is also material for a sacrifice in the Bible. And if when John says verbum caro factum est, could he think of that he will be offered, he will be a sacrifice? So might be this could be an aspect in the commentary to St. John, but I'm not sure.
rather, I will reread Breviloquium because of this, your remark, but I am slightly afraid when I was going through the text, really through with the Control F, it didn't find any caro when it was talking, when it was the word about the resurrection. I was missing this carnis resurrectionem in the text of Breviloquium. There is about corpus. About corpus is a lot. So when the last chapters, I found actually just corpora. I overlooked actually. So I promise you to reread the text again to see, because I'm Irenaeus. I love this Irenaeus' theology about resurrectio carnis, and I was actually missing it in Bonaventure here. So, and you said it's also in his commentary on John.
In the Breviloquium, I'm quite sure, but in the commentary to St. John, I'm not sure. That was only, I was thinking about the Johannine theology, and their flesh is something that has anima, that is
animated, caro animata.
Caro is connected with spirit, and corpus with anima, and corpus is the organized, must not be an animal, but a living, caro is a living thing with senses and
here I have here I have the text about the incarnation. The word is united with the flesh that is already animated. So the word, the incarnation is with the caro animata.
Yeah.
So that here we have it. But for the resurrection, I will reread and we'll see for the. Yeah.
I'm very grateful for your paper, the remark. Perhaps in John 6, when Jesus speaks about the Eucharist, whoever eats my flesh,
yeah,
not purpose.
Yeah.
This is first and second. In Roman, from St. Paul, caro peccati, it is the point of salvation. And finally, St. Ignatius, caro salutis cardo. Caro salutis cardo.
Irenaeus, yeah. Tertullian. Thank you.
Any other questions? We can leave them to the short coffee break. So thank you very much to all the presenters. We can have them. We start at 7 for the final talk. Hvala tudi Urim, fra Darko. Kave ni. Welcome all of you to this solemn final act of our today's conference. Yesterday, if you remember, the evening, our versiculum at the antiphon dedicated to Saint Francis, we invented that versiculum Franciscus dedit nobis Bonaventuram. But I think that we can also change this Bonaventura dedit nobis Franciscum. So we started this, let's say, conference yesterday in the afternoon with Father Bill's lecture on Bonaventure as a mediator of the life of Saint Francis, and we're also concluding our conference with the same topic, but with a new approach, with new eyes, with different questions maybe, because fundamentally, as we read in Bonaventure, really Franciscus dedit nobis Bonaventuram, because when he was still a young child, he tells in his own words, Saint Francis appeared or intervened and gave him health back. So we can be grateful also to Saint Francis. And I invite Brother Bill to this final concluding talk.
Dear brothers and sisters of the Franciscan family, of the University of Ljubljana and the Faculty of Theology, dear colleagues in Franciscan research, dear friends. It is a great honor for me to be invited to speak at the conclusion of this important conference, celebrating the 800th anniversary of the birth of St. Bonaventure. And I'm grateful to brothers Jan Dominik Bogataj and Miran Špelić for the kind invitation to participate, and to Ms. Nina Bovodnik for keeping us all well informed about the program. We all know that organizing such a conference requires a great amount of work by many people, and I believe I can speak for all the participants in saying fala for a job well done. The topic proposed to me by my dear confrere, Jan Dominik, for this presentation is Bonaventure as a mediator of the life of St. Francis. I presented this yesterday in a workshop with a lot of background information about the life of St. Francis, for those who might not be very familiar. And for those of you who participated in that workshop, I must apologize for some repetition of material here, but I assure you there will also be some new material. In other words, please stay. To set the context briefly, we should recall the status questionis regarding the life of St. Francis before Bonaventure began his work. Thomas of Celano had already composed 5 hagiographical texts about St. Francis. From the time of his canonization in 1228, the Vita Beati Francisci, and the resulting development of liturgical texts for his feast on October 4th, which we're about to celebrate, including his brief summary of the life called Legenda ad usum cori in 1230. During the time when Brother Elias was Minister General of the Order for a second time, from 1232 to 1239, he wrote the Vita Beati Patri Nostri Francisci, or Vita Brevior, recently rediscovered and published by my good friend Jacques Dallarin in 2015. After receiving a large amount of material from early companions of the saint, by 1247, Thomas had written for his fellow Franciscans another life of the saint, or rather, a thematic collection of stories about him, Memoriale in Desiderio Anime, the remembrance of the desire of a soul. After repeated requests, in 1252, he finally completed a detailed account of the miracles of the saint, fuller than those contained in his earlier works. This is the Tractatus de Miraculis. Thomas died in 1260 at 70 years of age, having spent nearly 25 years of that life writing texts about a man he had known as his brother and his minister general, Francis of Assisi. But Thomas was not the only one who was writing about the life of Francis during those years. Brother Julian of Spire was busy in Paris as a liturgist responsible for correcting the brother's table reading, the corrector mensae. He was at a large international community for brothers in formation from all the provinces of the order. Probably with their formation in mind, he modified the first life by Thomas to produce his own Vita Sancti Francisci in 1235. Around 1240, following the death of Brother Bernard of Quintavalle, an early companion, a collection of stories from Brother Giles, then living in Perugia, and other companions was assembled by a certain Brother John of Perugia in a text unfortunately still known as the Anonymous of Perugia, but it's not really anonymous anymore. The early companions of Francis, including brothers Leo, Angelo, and Rufino, responded to a request in 1245 for new materials about the life of the saint. Their memories are contained, perhaps in an edited form, in what is known as the Legenda Trium Sociorum, and in sections of the Compilatio Assisiensis, a miscellany of Franciscan texts from the 1240s through the early 1300s. There were also clearly different collections of miracles attributed to St. Francis, assembled at the Basilica of the Saint in Assisi and in many other churches of the order. Thomas of Celano worked very hard to make a single text out of all this material he had received, but he became somewhat exasperated by the end of the project in 1252. Here is his complaint from the end of the Tractatus de Miraculis. We cannot forge something new every day, nor square circles, nor bring into agreement the innumerable variety of times and wishes that we received in a single block. We did not set out to write these things to satisfy our vanity, nor have we plunged into this set of such differing reports of our own will. The assistance of our brothers' requests extorted it, and the authority of our prelates ordered it. We expect our reward from Christ the Lord. From you, brothers and fathers, we ask grace and love. So let it be. Amen. The young Giovanni di Fidanza, whom we know as Saint Bonaventure, entered the University of Paris in 1235, where he later joined the Franciscan order, became a Master of Arts, Master of Theology, and would be elected Minister General in Rome in 1257. Yes, I don't need to change the slide. No, that's not what I mean. To move back. We're not there. He would be elected Minister General in Rome in 1257. He had already been engaged in heated debates with members of the secular clergy at the university over the validity of the new mendicant orders, the Franciscans and Dominicans. The various and sometimes conflicting reports about the life of St. Francis and the founding of his order presented a challenge to him in these debates at Paris and beyond. Around this time of year, near the feast of St. Francis in 1259, Bonaventure spent a time of retreat on Mount Laverna in Tuscany. Here he was inspired to write the Itinerarium Mentis in Deum, the soul's journey into God. And he had some experience there that had a deep effect upon him for the rest of his life. It should not surprise us that this inspiration shaped Bonaventure's later writings, including the life of St. Francis, which he would begin writing soon after that retreat. We will return to this experience at the end of our presentation on his hagiographical text about St. Francis. We turn now to the Legenda Maior. And I want to take this opportunity to do a little publicity about the publications concerning the Legenda Maior by an institution with which I am affiliated. Thank you. Could you say your name? I can't read the instructions. This is the original home of the Collegium Sancte Bonaventure at Quaracchi. It was here, beginning in 1877, that the great project for the Opera Omnia of St. Bonaventure was undertaken under the leadership of the first director of the Collegium, my predecessor, Father Fedele da Fana. They began the work of publishing the critical edition, which eventually would be concluded between 1882 and 1902 in 10 volumes. And this is the lovely Villa Lo Specchio at Quaracchi ad claras aquas, which they say may be a false etymology, just outside Florence. As many of you will know, in the great flood in Florence in the 1960s, like many other places in the area near the river, Quaracchi, which is quite a swampy area, was flooded. The printing press was nearly destroyed. The library was saved, but the building was damaged. It is now the Faculty of Agronomy of the university, the State University at Florence. Over the years, the Legenda Maior of St. Bonaventure has been the object of research and publication at Quaracchi, beginning in 1898 with the 8th volume of the Opera Omnia, which contains the Legenda Maior. But some 50 years later, the Quaracchi editors returned to that text in 1941, when they composed volume 10 of the Analecta Franciscana, which is the collection of the early legends and lives of St. Francis. At that same time, in 1941, the Editio Minor of the Legenda Maior and the Legenda Minor were published in a single volume, which you see here. Yes. The Collegium now has moved first to Grottaferrata outside Rome, and now to St. Isidore's College in Rome, where we are located just above Piazza Barberini. St. Isidore's Franciscan College was founded by Spanish Franciscans from Barcelona originally, I should say Catalan friars from Barcelona. And it was founded in 1625. Within a short time, the Irish Franciscan scholar Luke Wadding was asked to take over the project of building St. Isidore's as the Catalan friars wished to return home. And since that time, St. Isidore's has been an Irish Franciscan house. One of the great advantages of living at St. Isidore is that Luke Wadding had the permission from the Minister General to request manuscripts from all the provinces of the order for the great history of the order that he was creating, the Annales of Wadding. Wadding was good at borrowing manuscripts. Luckily, he was not good at returning manuscripts. Next, please. So we are the heirs now at the new Kwaraki, and here a picture of our website and a bit of publicity there if you'd like to explore, kwaraki.org. We are not only heirs to the great library assembled by the patres of Kwaraki over more than 100 years, we are also heirs to the great library of Luke Wadding from the 1600s with its magnificent manuscript collection. It's a great privilege to live there. Some of us have had the privilege. And this is the Manoscritto Isidoriano 111. This is one of the earliest, certainly the earliest miniatured illuminated manuscript of the Legenda Major of Saint Bonaventure. This text then has a deep connection with Kwaraki's current home as it does with St. Isidore's College. But let's leave that slide up there as we travel now back to France. In 1260 at Narbonne, the general chapter of the order requested that Bonaventure compose a single reliable legenda of the life of St. Francis, drawing on those earlier legendae already in circulation. He obediently complied, and in 1263 presented the new text, known generally as the Legenda Major, which we may call the chief document of his mediation of the life of St. Francis. That work is important for several of the characteristics of Bonaventure's own academic production in many fields, and first of all, his great love of order. He brings order and structure to what had been a miscellany of stories collected over a period of some 20 years. Bonaventure adds little that is new to the story of the Poverello of Assisi, with the exception of a few miracles after his death. His great contribution rather was to recast earlier materials in a way that eliminated some of the problems they had caused. In order to do this, Bonaventure structures the material in a coherent way, with two chronological sections like bookends, which surround a central core, which is a development of the Dionysian steps toward perfection. He begins with a prologue. The first chronological section walks us through the early life, conversion, and founding of the Franciscan order, followed by the bulk of the text, the three movements toward perfection: purgation, illumination, and perfection, concluding with a chronological section on the death and the canonization of Francis and some miracles. Oh, they're the miracles. In the first chronological section, chapters 1, 2, and 3, we learn about Francis's early life and the founding of the order. We then move immediately into the theme of purgation. This, as we know, derived from Pseudo-Dionysius and probably mediated to the friars through people like Thomas Gallus, gives a threefold structure that is very congenial to Bonaventure's way of thinking. The first movement of purgation or penance speaks about the austerity of his life and the comfort he receives from creatures, his humility and how God grants his wishes, his poverty and how his needs are fulfilled. We move then to illumination, enlightenment and understanding, in which Francis's affectionate piety toward others, whether human or not, receives a response in creatures' affection for him. The fervor of his charity is expressed through his desire for martyrdom, and his zeal for prayer is illustrated along with the power that his prayer exercises. We come then to the highest point of the Dionysian triad in perfection: his understanding of scripture and his gift of prophecy, his effective preaching and early miracles of healing during his lifetime, and foremost, his receiving of the stigmata. Within this structure, Bonaventure has already given order to a miscellany of Franciscan texts and turned them into a vehicle for teaching about the path toward union with God. For those of you who are familiar with the itinerarium, you will also notice that there is a six-fold progression that will come immediately afterwards. Oh, the second chronological section, which is the conclusion of this part, his patient suffering, his passing in death, his canonization, and the transferal of his body. The list of miracles that follows is almost exactly a copy of that in the work of Thomas of Celano, with a few additions. This other structure, which is very interesting and very close to the itinerarium, are 6 visions of the cross and a final vision. These show us specific events in the life of Francis linked to something related to seeing the cross, either by himself or others. His vision of arms early in his military career, when he interprets the weapons signed with the sign of the cross as signifying his success in battle. He might even have thought in the crusade, because he had joined a crusade under Gautier du Brienne, marching toward Puglia when he had this vision. We also know of an early experience of seeing the cross in an ecstasy, previously described by Thomas of Celano, but given new importance by Bonaventure. Third, famously, the experience not exactly of a vision, but of looking at the cross of San Damiano in a ruined church and hearing a voice coming from the cross asking Francis, "Rebuild my house," which, as you can see, is falling into ruin. A lesser known event is a cross of gold that is seen in a vision by Brother Sylvester, one of his early companions, and perhaps formerly a canon of the Cathedral of San Rufino in Assisi. A more famous one, and told at greater length, is that of a vision of a cross issuing from the mouth of Francis and reaching across his arms in the 4 directions of the world. That this cross, those of you who are Bonaventurians are kind of nodding at this conceit, but the cross in the vision by Brother Pacifico is considered to be prophetic of the expansion of the order to the four corners of the globe. Another vision seen by a friar, Brother Monaldo, who was present at a chapter celebrated at Arles in the south of France when St. Anthony was minister in that province. And here we see a suitably chubby St. Anthony preaching on the inscription on the cross, Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews. As he was preaching, Brother Monaldo sees in a vision in the doorway of the chapter room, St. Francis with his arms extended in the form of a cross. Finally, and most importantly, the great vision of the seraph in the form of a crucified man, the vision seen on Laverna, and by Bonaventure's account, changing that of Thomas of Celano. The marks of the stigmata began to appear immediately on the body of Francis at the time of the vision. That, for Bonaventure, is the high point of the journey of Christian perfection exemplified in Francis. The transforming experience of the vision of the seraph and the cross and the impression of the stigmata are for Bonaventure the seal that indicates God's approval of the saint and of the order he founded. Bonaventure is thus rightly regarded as a mediator of the life of St. Francis. He reshaped the literary hagiographical tradition that preceded him into a coherent and inspiring account of the Christian's journey into God, while eliminating those elements that would provoke criticism of Francis himself or the order he founded. Until his death in 1274, and for the next 7 centuries, this image of Francis, that of Bonaventure, would remain predominant, though not without its critics. And to these we now turn. The Compilatio Assisiensis is an important collection of early Franciscan texts, assembled at various times in the mid-13th through early 14th century. It includes the memories of early companions of Francis, materials used by Thomas of Celano in composing his second great life, the Memoriale. But at some time after that text was completed, and after Bonaventure had composed his own Legenda Maior, some friar copied from the Memoriale of Thomas those sections of the text that had been excluded from Bonaventure's Legenda Maior, completed in 1263, allowing us to date at least one piece of that text somewhat accurately. This already may stand as a kind of correction of Bonaventure, or at least an attempt by some to see that those stories were not lost. We must remember that in 1266, the chapter of the order at Paris had ordered that all earlier legends of Francis before Bonaventure's should be deleted, deleantur, destroyed. A movement that was largely successful, frustrated only by wily Cistercian monks who did not allow friars to come and destroy manuscripts in their monasteries. But in 1276, a full 10 years later and 2 years after Bonaventure's death, the General Chapter of Pisa issued another call for materials relating to the life of St. Francis to be sent to the Minister General. It was at this point that Bonaventure's former secretary, Bernard of Bessa, obeyed the command by composing his Liber de Laudibus Beati Francisci in the years between 1277 and his death in 1283, Like the Compilatio Assisiensis, Bernard's book also deliberately restored those texts of Thomas of Celano, many texts of Thomas of Celano that had been excluded from the Legenda Major. That is another correction of Bonaventure and by his own secretary. I like to think of Bernard of Bessa as looking on the floor in Bonaventure's office and seeing all the scraps that had been cut out, carefully gathering them up and publishing them 2 years after his death. We can see on this list texts of the Memoriale of Thomas of Celano that were excluded from Bonaventure's Legenda Major, but restored by the Compilatio. Highlighted in yellow on this list are those passages from the Memoriale of Thomas that were also restored by Bernard of Bessa in his Liber de Laudibus. This allows us to see a certain concentration of interest in certain stories that at least 2 different authors thought must be restored. And there's a second page to this as well. I'll make this entire PowerPoint available to the organizers of the conference for anyone who would like to use it. Sine proprio. If we look at this list, we begin to see that there is a certain logic to the exclusions that Bonaventure has made. Several passages about poverty from the Memoriale of Thomas. If we go back to the previous page, please. Several passages about poverty are missing from the Legenda Major. These include instructions about the brothers having poor buildings made of wood and the poor furnishings to be used in them. A passage concerning the rights over property remaining with the owner of a house where friars live is also omitted. 2 passages concerning the poverty of the brothers' clothing are passed over in silence. 4 examples of Francis giving away a mantle he had to clothe a poor person are missing as well. The harsh punishment of a friar who touched money is left out. A story about enduring harsh necessity is similarly deleted. Francis begging meat for a sick brother must also have seemed unsuitable, not for the begging, but because of the meat. We're back to Caro. Like the author of the Compilatio, Bernard of Bessa is happy to restore that story in the Liber de Laudibus. 2 accounts concerning Dominicans are left out. One in which Francis explains a text of Ezekiel to a friar preacher, and the other extolling the humility of St. Francis towards St. Dominic. But Bernard rescued both of these accounts in his Liber de Laudibus. Somewhat inexplicably, Francis's custom of singing in French is omitted by Bonaventure, who was a master of the University of Paris and spoke French. 2 stories about Francis and women are excluded, though their content is intended as exemplary. That the friars are sent in the last times to give good example may have been considered controversial as a kind of Joachite prophecy in the wake of the disputes at Paris over the eternal gospel of Gerard of Borgo Sandonino. 2 accounts of shame, that of Francis if he does not give good example, or friars in the future being ashamed about their order, are also excluded from the Legenda. I will read in full this one passage, and it may be on a slide, I'm not sure. Yeah. So this is Memoriale 157 and Compilatio Assisiensis 2, and it's also picked up by Bernard of Bessa. I should have put that citation as well. Francis also said, "A time will come when the religion loved by God will have such a bad reputation because of bad examples that it will be embarrassing to go out in public. Whoever comes to the order at that time will be led only by the working of the Holy Spirit. Flesh and blood will put no blot on them. They will be truly blessed by the Lord. Although they will not do works of merit, the love which makes saints work fervently will have grown cold. Still, they will undergo temptations. And whoever passes the tests of that time will be better than those who came before. But woe to those who congratulate themselves over the appearance of a religious way of living, those numbed by idleness, those who do not firmly resist the temptations which are permitted to test the chosen. Only those who are tested will receive the crown of life, those who in the meantime are disturbed by the malice of the world." It's reported by Thomas in the Memoriale. It's picked up again by the Compilatio, and for very good reason, you could understand why Bonaventure would not want to include this text. It would simply give ammunition to his opponents. There are also a number of instances in which Francis's own figure is a point of contention. The circumstances in which Francis gave up his companions and compared himself to a blind man led by a dog, and his resignation from office at a general chapter are passed over in silence. The abject figure, the isolation of Francis, implied in this analogy, may have seemed unfitting as a detail for an official legenda. Francis's description of the qualities needed in a minister general of the order are not mentioned by his seventh successor in that office. This could be a sign of modesty on Bonaventure's part, perhaps considering himself unworthy of the high ideal that is described there. But Francis states at least that the needs of the minister general should be provided for. But even this detail is deleted. Perhaps it could seem self-serving if Bonaventure were about to present the text to the order's general chapter for approval. A warning about a minister not using obedience as a weapon is similarly passed over. The praise of the rule as being the marrow of the gospel does not find a place in the legenda. And could it be that the controversy about the rule of the brothers, as directly inspired by Christ, so hotly debated at Paris, made Bonaventure cautious about such claims? The heartfelt cry of Francis that the ministers of the order have stolen the order from him is consigned to oblivion. It would certainly be unseemly to portray the saintly founder as angrily accusing friars in positions of authority of distorting the purpose of the order itself. Once a brother asked him why he had renounced the care of all the brothers and turned them over into the hands of others as if they did not belong to him. He replied, "Son, I love the brothers as I can, but if they would follow my footsteps, I would surely love them more and would not make myself a stranger to them. for there are some among the prelates who draw them in a different direction, placing before them the examples of the ancient ones and paying little attention to my warnings. But what they are doing will be seen in the end. A short time later, suffering a serious illness, he raised himself up in bed in an angry spirit. Who are these people? They have snatched out of my hands my religion and that of my brothers. If I go to the general chapter, then I'll show them what my will is. And that brother asked, won't you also change the provincial ministers who for a long time have abused their freedom? And our father answered, sobbing, with this terrible word: let them live any way they want, for there is less harm in the damnation of a few than in the damnation of many. Not suitable for primetime television. We should also not be surprised Bonaventure does not include the strong messages of Francis recorded by Thomas of Celano about eagerness for having books or the dangers of study, restored by Bernard of Bessa in the Liber de Laudibus. Passages emphasizing the need for friars to work with their own hands are left out. By the time the Legenda was written, the mostly clerical order had hired domestic servants to do the bulk of the manual labor in its large houses like Le Grand Couvent in Paris, where Bonaventure lived for many years. To picture the canonized founder of the order suffering from a temptation of spirit also is left out, perhaps inappropriate, or could become a source of criticism, restored by Bernard of Bessa. And perhaps finally, and most importantly, by the time the Legenda Maior was composed, several popes had raised friars of the order to important ecclesiastical offices, notably that of bishop. Bonaventure would decline the office of Archbishop of York in England, but was later named Cardinal Bishop of Albano. The following selection from Thomas simply did not fit the new reality of the order in the 1260s. It was restored by Bernard of Bessa. With the greatest zeal, he cultivated poverty's companion, the virtue of humility. Because of this, he wanted the brothers to be clothed in a humble habit, girt with a rope, to be called lesser brothers, and never to be exalted in this world. When he was asked by the Lord of Ostia about promoting his brothers to ecclesiastical dignities, he would in no way consent, but replied, they should be kept in humility. To conclude, Bonaventure began his great project of the Legenda Maior during the year following his time of retreat at Laverna in the fall of 1259. During that retreat, he tells us a significant insight came to him. Inspired by the example of our most blessed Father Francis, I wanted to seek after this peace with yearning soul, sinner that I am and all unworthy, yet the seventh successor as minister to all the brothers in the place of the Blessed Father after his death. It happened that 33 years after the death of the saint, about the time of his passing, moved by a divine impulse, I withdrew to Mount Laverna as to a place of quiet, there to satisfy the yearning of my soul for peace. While I dwelt there, pondering on certain spiritual ascents to God, I was struck, among other things, by that miracle which in this very place had happened to the Blessed Francis. That is the vision he received of the winged seraph in the form of the crucified. As I reflected on this marvel, it immediately seemed to me that this vision might suggest the rising of Saint Francis into contemplation and point out the way by which that state of contemplation may be reached. Bonaventure himself was inspired by his experience on Laverna. I think this is the final slide. After his time of retreat, his writings focus more clearly on the figure of Francis as guide and model of Christian perfection. That is also the underlying message of the Legenda Major. Francis offers the example of a specific historical individual who had lived recently, who reached the summit of Christian perfection in union with Christ crucified. As Bonaventure noted in his commentary on the Gospel of John, in faith we move from the visible to the invisible. And Francis offered that visible example to show that such invisible union is possible for others. Yes, we may say that Bonaventure is a mediator of the life of Saint Francis. But I believe we can also say that Bonaventure himself was changed, perhaps transformed, or even mediated by that same life of Francis. Thank you. Fala.
So if there are any questions about this final lecture, we have still here among us. Yes, please.
I think you answered my question, but it was just to do about the parallel structure of the itinerarium and the life of Francis. But if you could say more about that.
The question is about the similarities in structure between Legenda Major and Itinerarium. Yes, I think it's interesting to juxtapose the two. Is it a chicken and egg? There are certainly elements in Bonaventure's thought before this, of his love for these kinds of numerical structures, but it's at least suggestive that that retreat on Laverna may have been at the root of the structuring of both. So I think if they're read in tandem, it's actually a helpful way to understand both.
If there are no more questions, then I would like to thank you all in name of all of us organizers, myself, for coming, for participating, for sharing your knowledge, for sharing with us your patience. And, because I think that at least in a slight way, we became better. Boni meliores facti sumus. Because we have learned few things, but as Bonaventure says, learning is not enough. We have to work with hands that humidity actually, but not by deleting things that we do not like, but by expressing the big love that Saint Bonaventure had for his master, for the big love for his brothers, that he wanted to promote the gospel in the world, of his academic Paris and of his Middle Ages that were very turbulent. And since we are now in different times with similar problems, I think Bonaventure was also our teacher because he, in a way, loved us and we love his texts, and surely we will return to him, not only when we read all these contributions again and again, when we will prepare, we try to prepare them for the publication. So we ask you to send us to our addresses your final papers, where we'll try to make also a peer review and publish it whether in one of our journals or as a separate publication in our scientific library of the faculty, together with the edition of Brother Francis. Yeah, okay.
Is there a limitation of the length of text?
Well, surely there must be a limit, because if not, there are no limits. Things happen as happened to your friend Joseph. And we don't want to publish it after 50 years. So if you want it to be published earlier, do not make some pages. Something
pretty low.
Pretty long. So be rather concise. The length is not always the best thing to, especially in our times. If you want people to read your text, be short. They read 3 pages or they read 7 lines on the internet. So be wise. Then our conference is declared finished, but not our company. Nina knows where we could go now, so she will lead us to continue with the care for our cow.